Time flies, and the zone evolves once again. Before you dive into the new adventures, let's take a look at the new things introduced in patch 1.5. 3-line rifle, fast, relatively lightweight bolt-action sniper rifle with respectable and effective range. Ooh. This new gun is a recent hit in the zone, so you can find 3-line connoisseurs in the first days of your story. 3-line rifle will be a great choice for experienced players who are practiced and mastered their aim. Cora, the new pistol. I should probably stream that. Tell people that I'm streaming. So you can find 3-line connoisseurs. Let's take a look at what we gonna do. Oh boy. Alright, hold on. Notifications. At everyone. Streaming now. Rain or shine, I'm streaming. Gotta make up for the loss of last week, you know? Let's take a look here. Okie dokie. All right, let's take a look here. Cora, new pistol. Sometimes you need to feel the real power in your hands. The charm is clunky, slow weapons and carry punch. Cora might not be as ergonomic and fast as modern colleagues, but it delivers some serious damage, and you'll feel the impact of each bullet from its limited magazine. Weapon collectors already are discussing on how to get their hands on this new unique variant, Night Stalker. Patch 1.5 introduces a new feature, looting of mutant parts. If the benefit of being alive wasn't compelling enough, now those angry bloodsuckers and fleshers are going to be pay for their lives with the poor stalkers and, most importantly, ammo in eyes, tusks, and tentacles. Grab them for traders and enjoy your well-earned coupons, but do not forget to learn tricks of the malachite before you try to get them in a decent tradable condition. A-Life NPCs. Pumpkins was just watching you on Modern Day Debate. Hey, cool. Yeah, I was there yesterday. Yeah, we were debating yesterday. I'm just looking at some stuff here. Let me see here. I decided to pick up Stalker 2 again because I had so much fun playing Stalker 2 that I just want to. I want to play it some more because I really, really enjoyed it. Ooh, people are telling me I did well in the debate earlier today. All right, let me see. A-Life NPCs are going to the bars tonight because now they're living their long, happy lives unless they meet their end in the zone as a result of their actions outside of the player's view. We are expanding the living zone by making characters continue to live their lives and pursue their goals far from the player, instead of deleting characters after the player moves far away. We continuously simulate each character's life until they die. The player will be able to encounter characters they haven't seen in a long time. New characters repopulate the zone far away from the player, so recently cleared layers will not have their inhabitants immediately respawn. The A-Life director no longer generates fights at the edge of the player's visualization range, but instead spawns them much further away, making characters stream in more naturally. Cool. My new stalker car. Now when using cars as cover, you can meet some new faces. We updated our zone car park with new models. Not as shiny as Wardmobiles, of course, but their prime time in these cars are respectable vehicles. Now their rusted remains are mostly occupied by rodents. Storm warning. New guns and new loot and trading opportunities. The zone is getting nicer to stalkers. Don't celebrate too soon, stalkers. She always has pocket aces. If you thought water was safe haven in the zone, think again. Now you can encounter anomalous water vortexes. Keep your eyes open when fishing. Less hustle, more action. Patch 1.5 introduces new quality of life features such as increased player stash and window size, a clear icon representing a type of each ammo type, and a new reload renewal. Quickly access stashed ammo and Skiff's new skill. Continuing reloads where he left off. Oh man, this is so cool, dude. Oh my god, I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited. Let me see here. Bobro says, shit, I never got the notification from YouTube. Your mod is here. Dude, don't worry, it's okay. What are we reading? Yeah, I'm playing, we're gonna be playing, Stalker 2. And I just wanted to kind of read some of the patches because apparently this is a big... All right, shape your zone with a zone kit. Unleash your tinkering nature and modify existing content. Or okay, cool. So this is like what, like mods and stuff? Oh, that's. I'm not this type of person where I try to mod my games. I'm kind of like a purist when it comes to a lot of games, so. All right, let's give it a shot. We're going to make a new game. Why not? Let's do it. All right, so we've got this quick save here. I guess we'll start with slot 2, but I'm a little worried. Is that going to delete my... Is that going to delete my slot 1? I'm just going to make a slot 2. All right. Suitable for players looking for balance between story and combat. Veterans. Suitable for players who crave intense, challenging battles. You can change the... Okay, let's do veteran and let's see how we do. Anyway, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. If you want to call in and debate the liberal, I'm right here. Oh, let's... should I turn up the... Hopefully it's not too loud. Hopefully. Yeah, this is... Can I skip this? My apartment got destroyed. Yep, my apartment got destroyed. Yep. Come on. I wish I could skip this. I can't skip it. All right, fine. I'll just sit here and watch.
Are you sure the perimeter surrounding the zone is really enough? If a powerful emission were to occur...
I did get a good night's rest. Like, as soon as, like, the after party was done. Or rather, it wasn't done. I mean, they were still going. But I was like, all right. You know, I had a couple of old fashions. And then I was like, all right, time for bed. I was like, bedtime. I'm way too exhausted to maintain this. So I went straight to bed. And woke up in the morning, felt great. Wiegand Keegan says, morning, Wokeender. Thank you. Yes, good morning to you too. Good morning. Come on, dude. Can we just like... I would really like to just skip this part and just get right into the zone. I think like I have like a tutorial section that I have to do. Yeah, there's like a beginning part.
The injured were evacuated. I remind our listeners that a similar incident happened in our region quite recently, ruining...
Bobro says, in my opinion, you cooked those pro-lifers who did not even seem to be pro-life. Yeah, no, they were not pro-life. They were pro-suffering. Skip, please, Stalker 2. That's like the only critique I have in these, that these are unskippable. Yeah, I mean, you know what, yeah, I can't skip this. Okay, we just have to watch it. It's probably a little loud. Let me, I'll turn it down. There we go. Hopefully that's a little better. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. If you want to talk about the debate yesterday, we can. If you want to just debate with the woke liberal, I'm right here. Willing to take on your arguments. Do you disagree with being woke? Do you disagree with liberalism in general? Do you want a Christian nationalist society? Well, then, yeah, you just give me a call. I'll hear out your argument. I will. I may even be convinced. There are some instances where I have been convinced in arguments. All right, come on, let me play. I want to play. Let me, like, bruh. Let me play. Game audio is low. Sorry for being a hag. Yes, the game audio is low because usually we have like a debate going on. But I'll go ahead and turn it up for now. But we'll turn it back down, I suppose. I'm about halfway through the abortion debate, like the debate with Rachel Wilson Moore. Oh yeah, I think the Rachel Wilson debate was definitely more entertaining. But I will at least say that this debate was more civilized, which I think is really good. Lucas54CZ says, well, the calls are not free. What? I'm paying for the service. You're not paying for you already have a phone call. You can just call the number. What? Bro, let me play the game. Come on. Halfway through? Like 4 months? I think they're talking... No, they're talking about yesterday's abortion debate. Wiegand. Yeah, there was a debate on Modern Day Debate where we discussed abortion. Honestly, I'm probably not going to make a video on it. I mean, should I make a video on it? I probably should. Yeah, I probably should. You know. Pumpkin says, civilized is boring. Jesus. I don't know about that. It's good to be civilized in a discussion. Yeah, let's go, bro. I want to play. Let's get through this fucking tutorial so I could be a stalker. Let's go. Don't take me out of context. Come on, let's go. Come on. I want to play. Man, dude, this game, bro, it's fucking... It's messing with me. All right, here we go. Come on, let's go. Oh my god, bro. Bruh. Por favor. All right. 39 FPS. It's not the worst. 41. Okay. Press L to activate the flashlight. Oh man, it's gonna take me a little bit to get my bearings. Is that FPS too like low? Seems like low for that. DLSS. Let me see if it like still messes up the DLSS frame generation, because I remember like it's actually pretty good if it's working. Yeah, see, I got like 55 with DLSS enabled, so it doesn't feel bad. So we're hopefully it's not going to do that glitchy thing, and then in which case I'll have to kind of. Pumpkin says, Amender, the best thing about your debates is how uncivilized your openings become. I love it. My openings are uncivilized? I don't think they're uncivilized. I think they're civil. It's them who make it uncivil, and then I'm like, all right, fine, all bets are off. I'm fine. I'll be super uncivil about it. All right. I don't like that noise. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. If you disagree with a liberal, I'm right here. Use tab to open the radial menu. Yes. Destructible objects. Oh shit! I just accidentally drank a energy drink. That's not good. See here. Oh my. Oh look, cat cam. It's Pepper. Let's say hello to Pepper. Say hi to Pepper. Let's get the cat cam going. Hold on. Pepper is kind of in the way, so I can't see it. Let's do self. Okay. Let's say hello to Bubbies. Say hi to Bubbies. Hello, Babas. Hello. Hello, Babas. Lol, brother, I meant your opponent's typo. Yeah. So like, here's the thing, right? Like it is kind of a bit of a power that I'm starting to unlock. Though I do not believe I have reached my full potential of just like rage baiting Republicans. I genuinely want to like rage bait the Republicans and make them freak the fuck out. Which ultimately makes them look completely unreasonable. But I gotta be able to maintain my own like hey, avoid freak out mode. Puppies, hello puppies. How you? Oh, lickies. You gotta do the lickies. Are you good? Are we good? Puppies, you good? You're gonna like. That's what's funny. Lucas is just like quote unquote woke liberal. And then realizes it's just a normal person. Wait, why are you not a piece of shit Christian nationalist that wants to like subjugate women? Like, what? How dare you not be racist? How dare you get invited to parties? It does feel like that sometimes, bro. It really does. It's just crazy, some of the shit people say and do. Oh, stay away from that. All right. Well, they're not touching that, so I think we're good there. All right. Wow, look at the size of that inventory. That looks great. Oh, hell yeah, bro. All right, let me see if I can grab this, grab money, grab guns. We've got very little thermal protection. We've got very little everything. But I think I'm okay with that. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's open the PDA and see what that says. Wow. All personnel employed with security force must comply diligently. Discover the authority. Hostafana. Preventing. Sorry, I'm just quickly trying to read it instead of reading it out loud. If I read it out loud, it takes forever. Okay, yeah, it's just telling you about like, hey, here are the duties that these people have to do. Okay, cool, got it. All right, so I think I should be able to rush as soon as that thing goes through, and then we're just gonna run. Pick up. Take this. Alright, we good. Alright, let's take a look at what we got here. Hey, what the? What? Why did that hit me? Oh, it goes all the way through. No. Go up. Okay, good. Let's see. Weekend Keegan says, there's parties? How dare you be normal? Says Lucas. It's so true, dude. Dude, these people are unironically insane. Like, I don't know how to like have a discussion with these people. They're just like completely off their rocker. All right, we got a med kit. All right, that's good. Let's keep on going, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Let me just reload here. God damn, dude. Can we just like admit that this game is absolutely gorgeous? Like, holy crap, dude. This game looks unironically amazing. It really does. Bro fighting people in the sewer. Man, this game is dark. Do you see how dark it is? Lucas says, and fun fact, you would consider me anti-woke, or how should I describe myself? Well, I'm going to ask you some questions if you're anti-woke. How do you feel about the LGBTQIA plus group? How do you feel about those people? Shit. All right. Well, that's done. I need food. I don't remember the thing that I would use for food. Let's take a look. The food is not here. Oh, here's food. There we go. So I could just press E, and I should be good in the food department. All right, so this is radiation. We're going to stay away from that. And I only have 30 bullets. Is there a way to switch that from automatic to, I believe there is. B? Yeah, I remembered. Look at me. But now I'm walking. I must have done something that causes me to walk. B N C, no, X. It's X. Hey everybody, it's X. Let's see here. Are you planning to fight Slenderman with guns in this game? It looks cool. Yeah, this is a Stalker 2. It's a fabulous game. Really good game. Definitely highly recommend it. But with that being said, you really need like a monster PC to run it. Bubby, stop rubbing your face against stuff. We already did cat cam. We are not over encumbered. We could observe or look around here. Let's see. Is there any good stuff in here? Nope. We are taking phone calls. 202-998-5218. Do you disagree with the soy boy liberal? Okay, so Lucas says, depends, but before, I'm assuming this is the LGBTQIA plus answer. Lucas says, depends. But before I can answer, I want to point out your American biased view of left and right because example of Renew Europe, which is right-wing, is very pro-LGBT. Okay, all right, fair enough. I mean, I'm sure there's like aspects of like centrism that's probably there in European politics that is not present in the United States. I mean, the overtone would... Bubbies, you need to like not harass my hand. Pepper, Pepper, psst, 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 no, psst, go. Pepper, go. She's not leaving. She's like, no, I'm not leaving. All right, fine. You could stay, but don't bite me. Ow! You're biting me. Ow. Bubbies, no. Psst. No. Psst. Out. Thank you. Sorry. God made man and femboy is a reflection of him. It's funny. It's pretty good. All right, let's get through this tutorial and then... Honestly, it doesn't even feel like a tutorial at this point. It feels pretty good. I'm liking it. What is going on with the texturing here? Okay, it just needs time to load, I guess. Let's see here. F to pick up. All right. Onward. We go. It says, you know, honestly, hold on. Let's see what happens when we turn it on to, let's see, voice, graphics. We got the medium going. We got the NVIDIA DLAA. Well, you know, let's just get it to like high, I guess. And then we want to enable the DLSS, yeah, frame generation. Let's try that. Hopefully it's good, I guess. Hopefully, maybe don't explode. It's loading. Oh boy, it's loading. Okay, yeah. See, it's not bad, I guess. I hear radiation. Use vodka to eliminate radiation exposure. Based. All right. Turn off that. All right. Lucas says, if I could call, I would, but I can't. Why can't you call? You can call. 202-998-5218. Monkey says, want to debate a topic? Yeah, absolutely. But 202-998-5218. Just give me a call. We're accepting calls. Vodka mentioned, this must be Chernobyl. Yeah, based. True. All right, I'm trying to like, maybe I get past this without anybody. Though I'm almost positive that there's an enemy here that is invisible. Let me see. How much damage does this do in comparison to the other? This is like the same weapon, except worse off. All right, let's take it. Not Varkiarag. Okay, onward. But I can't call, says Monkey. Okay, well.
I don't think it'll be that easy, but I'll figure it out.
All right. Pretty sure I just opened this. Why is 75 XP the max limit? What? I don't know what you're talking about.
What the fuck happened here?
Give me that. Give me the Drugas. You will give me the Drugas. Oh, hell yeah, we got the echo detector. Oh man. Oh man, I'm gonna detect so many echoes with that. It's not a good detector, FYI. It's a really bad detector. They give you the shittiest detector on planet Earth, bro. All right, let's open that PDA. Voloshin is project leader. I'm ordering you to remain in the bunker until we receive the suits of the Institute. Safety comes first, regardless of any C radiation coefficients you might have detected. If you venture into that cave one more time, I'll kick you out personally. First out of the cave, then out of the project. Aki daki.
Well, what is it? Any updates? The goat is dead. So are the other scientists.
Shit.
Dead? Oh, God. We're screwed. Get out of there immediately. Stop freaking out and tell me where the data is stored. Find his laptop. The coordinates should be in there.
Find the laptop. Finding the laptop. Monkey, yep. Can I debate in this chat? Monkey, yep. I've ever seen it go up to like hundreds. Yeah, all it's a connection thing. Oh my god. Copy data. Man, look at that laptop. Why are you installing a Wi-Fi card on it? Wow, that was really fast.
What's up? Have you met Herman's client yet? Mission means new coordinates. New coordinates means a new bill.
The goat is dead.
The hold is dead. I am Mr. Client.
Whoa. That's a hell of a mess you got there, boys. Hold on a sec, Mr.
Mr. Client, did Herman at least tell you what to do with the coordinates?
I'll figure it out.
Sounds good to me. Well,
All right.
Good thing it's been a walk in the park until now.
first find the detector. This is a mobile lab. Scientists all have to be spawned.
All right. So basically this detector is it tells you when something is near and you have to like face it.
How?
Oh my god, dude, this thing sucks. Oh my god. There we go. Got it. Fuck. Damn it. Oh my god. Heal, heal, heal. Fuck. Load last save. Can you convince me to support the next Democrat over Republican? Probably Vance and Tim Walz. Why would it be Vance and Tim Walz? Yeah, like one of them like argues for basic human decency, and then the other one wants to like put trans and brown people in a blender. How about that? Like I don't know, like use your humanity, bro. Like, do you not observe what's happening right now in the U.S.? It's really bad, man. This is not normal. You shouldn't think this is normal. We've never had this situation before. It's very rare. What has happened. All right, so we should be able to stop this thing. Bruh. Where is he? Where is he? We are taking calls, 202-998-5218, so if you want to come in and have a discussion, we can. Screw you. All right. Honestly, that enemy is not that tough. That's not a problem, child. There's much more problematic monsters in the zone. All right. Yeah. One wants to be the supreme ruler and the other one wants basic human decency and rights. Monkey says, yeah, I observe Vance is thinking with common sense and the Democrats are using emotions and double standards. Emotions and double standards? Dude, are you observing what's happening? We literally have a concentration camp in Florida right now. Are you aware of that? I don't know what it, like, this isn't like, oh, I'm using my logic to have concentration camps. With the logic and reason and no feelings, I reason that we should have concentration camps. What? Dude, that's not normal. Yes, but USA, regardless of Democrats or Republicans, always head or flirt with Israel. That's true. Unless, of course, if you vote for a progressive, in which case you may have something to work with. But yeah, I kind of in agreement with you. That's more of a problem with AIPAC, if anything. All right, let's set the scanner, and then I think this is the end of the tutorial, if I'm not mistaken. And then we can go to the zone. Hell yeah, let's go. Monkey says, Obama deported people too, putting people in cages worse than there is now, and nobody complained. Actually, no, that's not the case. There were deportation campaigns, that is true. However, it's usually an expedited process regarding a misdemeanor. They did not put them into camps. They also didn't separate them from family members. I mean, it's a huge difference. Take the scanner. Equip the artifact? Let's see here. Let's look at this.
Calm down. I got some
Radio
time.
protection. Cool, I'll take it.
Head for the next spot.
Let me adjust something. I have to adjust this. We're gonna take this and put it here, and this and put it here because we don't really need. Do we have any food? I'm already hungry again. Where's my food? I have no food. There's no food. All right. Oh, looks like there's a little more tutorial here. Radiation. Radiation. I could drink that vodka. We'll be all right. All right, we got some enemies. Come on. Oh my God. Ugh. He's still alive. Radio protection. I hate 94.6 FM. How about not deporting the parents that stopped separation too? Austria-Hungary says Donald Trump unironically is crashing the U.S. economy would have made him a communist in terms of the McCarthyite standards. AWOL says, how about the mourning people who entered your country illegally, point blank, deporting? Yeah, again, like this is like a misdemeanor that is easily resolved by just having like a viable way to gain citizenship in the United States. That's the solution to that, right? We use like a humanitarian standard instead of a standard of like, oh, they broke the law, they're bad. When the reality is that your president broke worse laws than these people, right? Donald Trump is a felon, but y'all voted that fucker in. I promise you, it's not about rule of law. It's about hating minorities. That's unironically what it is. I'm convinced of that. There he is. God, it's hard to see. All right, let's get some bandages. I think we're good. Food! Yay, food. We need food. Let's get some of that goulash. Nom nom nom. Pick up. Pick up. What is with the texturing? What is happening with that texturing? We got to fix that. America is not a Slavic country, but Czechs are Slavs. So if there was due process, you would have no problem with it. Well, that's definitely better. That's a lot better, having due process. I'm astonished that it's even legal to not have due process. All individuals have due process, even people who are illegal or not supposed to be in the country. I want to explore this. This game can't be saved right now? Why not? There's a cave over there, and it's obviously telling me to go to that cave. Oh, shit. That is a... Huh?
Time to plant the scanner and get out of here.
Bruh. I don't think I have enough bullets for this thing. Let me see here. I do believe that Germanization of the Slavs in the northern part of Austria-Hungary might explain the deportations. Nobody likes being forced to speak German and reject their own motherly language. They did attempt a form of trialism with the Krauts, but that never happened. Lucas says that's not the reason why that they were deported, or the reason why we deported them. The reason why we deported them is, well, I mean, unironically, it's because they're brown. Like, I'm convinced of that it's because they're brown. Because if the problem is that you don't actually know whether or not they're citizens. And the reason why you do not know that is because there's no due process. We're literally just grabbing random people from outside of a Home Depot and then putting them in vans and then deporting them. And then hopefully they're illegal, I guess. Hopefully. We've already found people who were tried, who were taken and were found to actually have legal immigration. They had green cards. They had work visas. They just, they're like, okay, well, you're illegal because you're brown. And we found you outside of a Home Depot. Oh, bro, this is going to be rough. Where is he? We need to kill this thing. Damn it. Got him. Oh, bastard. All right. Let's see what we got here. What do we... Ooh. Armor pen. Med kits are good. Armor pen is good. The music is good. I like it here. Is there anything else cool here? Let's see here. Let's see. Monkey says, what do you have to say for Biden be a mental defect cognitively and sniffing children and wives without any of the Democrats or media criticizing him for it? Well, no, there kind of were a lot of criticism for that. But with that being said, the mental defect cognitively, I mean, I agree he's old, but I got news for you, man. I would unironically pick a dead dog over Donald Trump. It's not even close. Like, at least a dead dog would just veto everything. In which case that's somewhat better than what Donald Trump is doing. That and like, we wouldn't have all of these nasty human rights violations that are occurring in broad daylight. Dead dog is not capable of doing that. So yeah, and we wouldn't have another 3.5 years more of that. So yes, I dead dog 2024. Now, as for like sniffing children and wives, I mean, I remember him like leaning over, like this picture of him leaning over of like a little girl, and it looked like he was sniffing her. But it's like, as a politician, it could have just been like an instance where he's like holding a girl's head and he leans over to, like, I don't know, console her or something. Like, I guess like you could take it out of context and be like, oh yeah, he was sniffing her. But hey, let's talk about those Epstein files. I mean, like, do you find that concerning at all, as far as like the fact that Donald Trump won't release that? I mean, that's just must be nothing, I guess. I mean, let's be clear, right? Like, we're going to make the pedo accusation towards Biden, but like Trump openly is avoiding talking about the Epstein files. He's like, hey, everybody, look at Obama. Obama, guys. Obama. We're still in the... Yeah, we're still doing this fucking tutorial mission. All right. Bobro says, Trump has had worse mental defects than Biden. That's what I have to say. Yeah, he does have pretty bad mental defects as well. I mean, they're old. Like, I don't know what else to say. They're old. They're old people. But then again, like Donald Trump, like the problem is like you're talking about somebody who's got like 40 years of like political experience in comparison to a guy that had literally none. Like, unironically, he had no political experience. Oh, shit. Let's get out of here. Oh, I have to take the scanner. Damn it. What? Gimme. Bobro, where's the proof of that statement? Do you find it concerning that he had the FBI redact his name from the Epstein files about 1,000 times?
We'll find out soon.
I don't know if that's true or not. That might be true. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Monkey says, I'm just saying it's a double standard in the media from the liberals and the leftists. If Trump did sniffing like 20 different children on camera, it'd be on MSNBC and CNN 24/7. And I'm a centrist. Yeah, again, like you're looking at like people or photos taken out of context, as opposed to what? The Donald Trump Epstein files? Like, it doesn't sound like you're being a centrist here.
Just one spot. I've got nowhere to go back.
Honestly, what was probably worse was like the hairy legs situation. I got hairy legs. They turned golden, and the little black children were touching my hairy legs, and we're like, wow, your hair is so blonde. And then they would touch my hairy legs. Do you remember? I got hairy legs. Don't get me wrong, right? Biden's a weird guy. It's just like in comparison to Donald Trump, it's like monumentally worse. James Miller says, yawn. Well, fuck you. I'm trying. Give me... Screw you, man. I'm working on it. Don't you see I'm trying to make an entertaining show for y'all? I am. And if you want to call in, have a debate with me. Do you disagree with me? Am I just an asshole and screw First Amender? Call in. I think the other way around, but okay. Ooh, sausage. Sausage. Do you like sausage? There's water. And then we got sausage. How many weight is the water? Ooh, they reduced the weight of water. That's good. I do need that sausage, though. I do need the sausage. Yeah, sausage. Alrighty then. Onward we go. Set scanner. Lucas says, this is funny. I would candidate for the Democratic Party, but would vote Republicans. What? Oh, is this the end of the tutorial? I think this is the end of the tutorial. Boom. Tutorial end? Monkey says, yeah, I mean, I don't fully support Trump either. He's just better than the Democrats. Dude, you're not a centrist. Stop right now. There's no way you look at all the stuff that Trump has done and you're like, yeah, this is I think Trump is slightly better. No, dude, you're not a centrist. I want to do this. Kill him. Lag. I don't know why it's lagging. Sometimes this game isn't the best when it comes to like consistent frame rate. Nick Fuentes agrees with Amender on Trump. What? Now they are Trump loyalists. Michael says, Bo, you are delusional. The rest of the country told you Trump was better. Actually, it wasn't the rest of the country. Less people voted this election than voted back in 2020. It's actually a minority of people that support Donald Trump currently. I believe it's like a 65% do not support Donald Trump currently. I'm economically left, pro-male, atheist, secularist, rejection of dogma, so I'm a centrist. I mean, if you think Donald Trump is the lesser of two evils, I don't. You need to rethink what Donald Trump has done. Like, you need to relook at what's going on regarding Donald Trump. Like, it's that I'm astonished at that. Michael says 2020 was sus. Love it. It's classic with these Republicans, dude. The Republicans classically love to fucking talk. 2020, was it a real election? Yes, it was a real election. No, it wasn't sus. Just a lot of people were at home, and then they had mail-in ballots, and it was super accessible. That's why more people voted. Fristes says, "Are you sad to be back in the U.S.?" Yes. If I had no responsibility and I could just stay in the Netherlands, I absolutely would do that. That would have been amazing. I would move all my stuff. You know, I would live in the Netherlands. I would go get an apartment. You know, I'd go get a job. It'd be nice. All right, cool. Are we ready for the game? Can we actually play the game instead of the tutorial? All right. Okay, so if I'm... let's see. Donald Trump and Joe Biden are the imposters. What? Michael says, what's going on with Trump? Can I call in if you're feeling argumentative? Can you articulate why you're not happy with him? Yeah, sure. 202-998-5218. Are you serious? Have you been like watching what's been going on? I could just pull up AP News and just like pull up things that Trump is doing. Like, it's actually insane. Every single day I watch this stuff and it's like a freaking nightmare. Peppers. All right, here's an example. Literally today's news. Give me a moment. Pepper, you gotta move. I can't see. Trump's aggressive push to take over DC policing may be a template for an approach in other cities. The left sees President Donald Trump's attempted takeover of Washington's law enforcement as a particular multi-front march to autocracy, vindictive authoritarian rule, as one activist put it, as an extraordinary thing to do rather than in ordinary times on the streets of the Capitol. To the right, it's a bold move to fracture the crust of the democratic urban bureaucracy and make D.C. a better place to live. By the way, I've been to D.C. It's a perfectly fine place to live. It wasn't like, oh my God, there's so many homeless. It was actually pretty nice to be there. So I'm a little lost as to why they think, anyway, whatever. Where the debate settles, if it ever does, may determine whether Washington, a symbol for America in all its granite glory, history, achievement, inequality, and dysfunction, becomes a model under the imprint of Trump for how cities are policed, cleaned up, and run or ruined. Under the name of making D.C. safe and the beautiful task force, Trump put in some 800 National Guard troops on Washington streets this past week, declaring the outset, our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals. That's not true. That's not true. That hasn't happened. DC is just being DC, and there's no violent gangs or bloodthirsty criminals. In fact, crime is at an all-time low in DC. So I'm a little lost as to why he needs 800 National Guard troops in Washington. Grunge was also on his mind. If our capital is dirty, our whole country is dirty, and they don't respect us. Then he upped the stakes by declaring federal control over the district's police department by naming emergency chief. That set off alarms and prompted local officials to sue to stop the effort. I've never seen a single government action that would cause a greater threat to law and order in this dangerous directive, Police Chief Pamela Smith said. On Friday, the Trump administration partially retreated from its effort to seize control of the Metropolitan Police. Do you understand that this isn't normal? This is not normal. It is not typical for a president to just take over the DC police and start, like, I don't know, running around and policing the streets. Have you seen what it currently looks like? Pepper, can you not, like, with the cables? Bobby, leave. Psst, 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 psst. Goodness gracious. AWOL says, I have a family who live in DC, and I can tell you that it is completely crime ridden. That is not what I observed when I was in DC. It looked like a city, like everybody else. Like I mean, not to say that there isn't crime in cities. There is. It's just crime is at an all-time low, and it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, are there homeless? Sure. But it's like there's homeless in every city. I'm like lost as to why you need to bring in the National Guard. Like, this is what I mean. Like, this isn't normal. Is my phone? Oh, it's, I have to turn off Do Not Disturb. Call in 202-998-5218. We are taking, Frista says, Pepper, get those cables after he goes to bed. Dude, Pepper has annihilated my cables. Look. Do you see this cable? I've tried to save what's left. Let me plug it back in. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. I was just in Do Not Disturb mode. So, Ong Jin, First Amender, you're a Republican, LOL. No, I'm not. Holy crap. Lucas says, Amender, you must understand that you maybe pay for that call, but you do not pay for international calls, which are charged and expensive. So some of us cannot call you. Get international calling. What? I have international calling. Yes, my family is biased because they've been robbed by criminals. Frista says, bad kitty. It's funny. Let's take a look here. I mean, like, I'm sorry, calling in the National Guard is not the move. I feel like that's a little harsh. I mean, I feel like you could like facilitate by like housing homeless people. Honestly, it would cost probably about as much as sending in the National Guard. Ooh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line. Ooh, it says it's like loading. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, First Amender, how are you?
How you doing?
All right, man. So just on that first topic that you brought up kind of before I took off, I was getting some milk for my kid about the DC thing. I think it's okay what Trump is doing. It's not a state. As long as he's not going into states and taking over federal control there, I don't see the problem. And if Republicans are following his lead...
Do you think it's normal? Is that normal?
Do I think it's normal?
Yeah, I mean, to do what he's doing.
I guess I would say it's not normal compared to the actions of previous presidents, but it's not illegal,
okay,
nor is it immoral.
I'm not saying I'm not saying it's he's well within his right to do so as president of the United States. I guess I'm just concerned with like where we're effectively shifting the Overton window in favor of, you know, fascism. And like, do you find that concerning at all?
I just don't see it as fascism. And I think that
by creating a police state in the Capitol where like, have you seen like how empty DC has been looking? Like people are afraid to go outside of their houses because of DC.
But
because of the policing efforts. No, because of the policing efforts. No, it had people. Now there's a lot less people.
Well, I don't know why you're so afraid of cops. I agree.
No, it's not a matter of being afraid of cops. It's like, here's the thing, right? We're already aware that ICE is openly grabbing people without due process, right? We don't even know what their process is. They have no due process, and they're just moving people from point A to point B. and we don't know where they're going, and they can't contact their family members. And it's only until like weeks that they've been in like detention that they've been able to get a hold of somebody and then go free. That is of a alarming concern, and seeing people walking around with guns in like as a National Guard. It's not a policeman, right? We're talking about military officials that they're walking around in groups. People don't go outside as a result. You don't find that concerning?
I mean, I do find it concerning. I don't want people to walk around scared, but I think that the issue is the crime has gotten out of control. You should be able to go to D.C. without expecting someone to steal something from
I went to D.C. where they said that quote unquote crime was very high. Nothing happened. In fact, it was actually very clean, and I saw very little homeless people. Didn't see any crime. I kind of went around there for a full week. It was nice. And crime is even lower now than it was when I visited. So I'm a little lost as to why we need to bring in National Guard.
Okay, so let's talk about how the crime is reported, and let's talk about where this crime is happening. So first of all,
Do you
with
doubt
how
the
crime
numbers?
is reported, yes, I do doubt the numbers, because where
Okay.
I'm at, for example, the local news, I'm sorry, I don't know how to put this, the organization, local news organization. I don't want to kind of like dox myself, but I guess it doesn't really matter. But one of the local news stations out here in the Pacific Northwest had reported that the police were actually rewriting crimes to lower level offenses in order to give the impression that something isn't as serious as it actually is.
So what should I? What should I trust? I mean, should I trust crime statistics, or should I just trust you and then just like ignore the crime statistics because it's bullshit?
No, I'm not.
What can I trust?
Something-
Like, what should I trust? Like, if I can't use crime statistics, it's not a trustworthy source. What should I
Right.
trust?
You should be trusting yourself, and this is what I was going to bring up earlier.
Yeah, okay. So if I
trust.
trust myself, DC was safe when I visited. I even went to like so-called, high crime-ridden areas. Nothing happened. I was fine.
Do you think other people are lying? And let me just get this out. The
Yes.
mechanism for keeping Donald Trump in check is you people sitting here constantly yelling at him to make sure he does the right thing.
Well,
Right?
he's not. He's
That is
ignoring.
the
He's
thing.
ignoring people like me. He's not interested in doing the right thing.
I promise you he's listening to you, and he
I'm-
wants to
no,
do
he's
the right
not.
thing.
No, he's not. And no, I don't
Okay.
believe he's doing the right thing. He's sending in National Guard troops, and people are terrified to leave their houses, dude. This has never been
the
done.
same
Nobody
thing
does
should be
this.
said
Nobody
for
does this.
crime.
Only Donald Trump
Same
does
thing
this.
should be said for the crime that exists there.
What? There's no.
I mean,
the problem is very little crime. It's a city. Cities have crime. That's how it works. But like this idea that it's like, oh, it's like so crime ridden, and people, dude, people go from they're enjoying visiting. There's a lot of tourism, by the way, in DC, obviously, because it's DC. It goes from people walking around having a good time and enjoying, sightseeing to, and this is with the quote unquote crime ridden streets, as you had said. And now it has gone to, okay, now there's National Guard. Now there's no tourism. Now everybody's afraid to leave their house. Like the streets are empty. Do you understand that? Like
Maybe
like
what
you
the
think that
police
that's
need to do
better
is
than
encourage
just letting people
You're
live their life. Like, dude, what is happening?
No, you can live your life. It's not like the police are stopping and frisking everybody they see. They're going.
You don't
after
know that.
crime.
That's the problem. You don't know that.
I don't know that. I don't
Correct.
Know that,
They
but
can
the
like
clearest
dude. If you're walking around, you see a bunch of fucking military people walking around in like tandem groups, like it's freaking like Half-Life 2 and City 17. Do you really want to go outside your house? I wouldn't.
That doesn't concern me.
That doesn't concern you at all. You'd be like, oh yeah, hello, just doing my morning jog. Hello, a bunch of people with a bunch of Kalashnikovs. Hello.
Kalashnikov?
Yeah, or
No,
whatever
not
the
in the
fuck
United
gun
States.
they have. You get my point.
Okay. But I'm literally just saying that having the National Guard there in order to prevent crime is not a big deal. And if Donald Trump or those police encourage something like a block party, social events, where everything is happening within the law and everything is orderly, I don't see a problem. And people wouldn't be scared to come outside. The police are not there to ruin your life. They're there to help and
All right.
protect
Well,
you.
regardless of the fact, regardless of that fact, people are currently scared.
Look, I don't know how to help you with being scared. A lot of people are confused because of how they're being lied to by the mainstream media, by the government. There's a lot of lying. People are all lying, okay? And it's confusing.
Yeah.
people.
Except Donald
I
Trump,
get-
right? Who's not lying, right? The guy who's found having created over 30,000 lies within his first presidency, confirmed. That guy's not lying. And he has good reason to have the National Guard. Dude, you really got to rethink how this works. You're not thinking critically here, right? You're literally having me doubt crime statistics in favor of whatever nonsense Donald Trump is saying.
That's not what I said. I said you should trust yourself because people are lying at every level. If the police department is lying about crime statistics in order to make themselves look better or push some kind of political agenda, then why wouldn't everybody else be doing it? You have a finger of judgment.
Let's watch a little something. I actually have here just some stuff, some video that people have. I mean, this stuff is like freely available. Anybody can watch this. I want to watch this video. I haven't seen it. This is just a person that's sitting in Washington, D.C., and this is being posted on Reddit. Let's see here.
How y'all doing today? Y'all staying in that trouble? You got your ID on you, Chip?
Sorry, that the stream, by the way, will be roughly about 12 seconds past, so just hang tight.
No, I live right here.
Okay, cool.
It's a cigarette. Did y'all get a call or something right here?
No, so we're doing checks to keep everybody safe down here, right? Have you heard of the federal surge that Donald Trump's putting out?
No.
Right. You don't follow like
No.
Code 3, anything like that people are putting up? All right, so yeah, Trump's got all federal agencies kind of coming together, 7 days of going out, trying to stop the violent crime, all kind of stuff. So we're out here contacting people, talking to them, right? Quality of life offenses, smoking, drinking in public, right? Can't happen outside, right? Most people know that. So we're contacting people, trying to advise them of the law so they learn, right? And then if there's other stuff going on where it turns into, there's multiple agencies, there's shooting and things like that. So there's extra hands available, all right? So we're just out here trying to inform people and educate people. It's not like we're trying to just go grab people.
All right, so just curious, right? There's a couple of people that are just sitting there smoking and drinking outside their front porch. And then there's a bunch of National Guard people and they have gun holsters and bullet vests and ammo vests. And they're just like, hey, listen, we just want to inform people of the law that you're not allowed to be smoking and drinking out in public. They're literally on their own porch smoking and drinking. Like they're well within their rights to do so. But it's like this couple of people, you don't consider this to be like any issue whatsoever. This is fine to you.
Yeah, because the net outcome was nothing happened.
I don't know what to tell you.
Hang on.
We have to agree to disagree. I don't know what else to tell you.
Nothing happened.
I don't know what to tell you,
agree
dude.
with you. Hang on. I agree with you that if you're on your porch drinking a beer and smoking, no big deal, right? As long as you're not supposed to be doing it in the, for cannabis, a lot of that, you can't be doing it in sight of the public. So as long as you're not doing that, then no big deal. But the police coming up and saying, hey, you can't do this, it could be just
It's not the police.
confusion.
It's the National Guard.
Okay, the National Guard, whoever is coming up to this person.
This is concerning. This has never happened, my dude.
It's not concerning. if they
I don't know what to
threw
tell
him
you,
in
man.
jail,
I mean, like
then
it's
he would
right
be a
in front of me,
problem.
and I could see it with my eyes. Right? We could observe these
So
things
police
with
are
their
telling you-
eyes.
So you're saying from the police officer's perspective or the National Guardsman's perspective?
No, I'm
that
saying
this
from
person is
Donald
committing
Trump's
a crime,
perspective, he's
I am
completely
here
effed up to be
prevent
going
harm
around and policing the streets and then causing people to basically try to avoid being around anybody. It's just completely insane.
But they didn't police anything. All they
That's
did was
not true.
inform
They're
him
literally
to
going
do it.
around in bands with guns, in bands of people with guns, harassing people. People are
I think
really
you're
pissed
not being
off
fair
in
to
Washington,
police
D.C.
because
over this, my dude.
They've been letting a lot of stuff slide. Police have been letting a lot of stuff slide, and I don't know why you're not
What?
being fair to
It's a
them.
city. You just leave them the fuck alone. They're not hurting anybody. People sitting there
but
smoking
these
and drinking on their
people
porch is not
are-
hurting anybody. Leave them the fuck
I
alone.
agree with you. I agree with you.
All right,
And
so
I
then
think it
why
could
are
have
we
been
doing this? Why are you trying to apply apologetics with Donald Trump where he's openly causing fear tactics in Washington, D.C. He's empirically making the world a worse place, and you're defending it. I'm looking at these videos and I'm not seeing this be like, oh, wow, the world is a much better place. I'm watching 12 police here tackling one fucking guy. This is completely insane. Why are we doing this?
Isn't the common sentiment that police will just shoot first, ask questions later?
Yeah.
But in this scenario that you bring up on your own, that the police actually came up and started trying to inform the citizen of what was
How
going
about just,
on.
no,
And
better
so-
idea. Instead of informing the citizens, I got a better idea. How about leave them the fuck alone?
Okay, that's not realistic.
Yeah, it is. They were smoking and drinking on their porch. They are not breaking the law in any way, shape, or form.
I agree with you. They weren't
Why are
breaking
you
the
why
law.
are you
Why-
lecturing them? Why are you talking to them? Walk the fuck past them. Leave them the fuck alone.
Donald Trump didn't lecture them. This was either
Yeah, this is
mistake or
National
some
Guard
confusion
troops that have been activated in D.C. on behalf of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is directly responsible for this. This would not be happening if it were not for Donald Trump who did it. It's completely insane.
Is your boss directly responsible for your actions on the job?
Yes.
Or are you responsible
Yes.
for that?
No.
Your
No.
boss-
Yes, your boss is directly responsible for things that the boss orders you to do. Yes. Yeah, they're the person that oversees something. If somebody fucks up on something on a lower level, the first thing that happens is the boss gets blamed for it. 100%.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't even.
What? No, that's not. I don't know. That's empirically the fact. That's the reality.
In the civilian world, you're telling me that your manager would get in trouble if you didn't take out the trash. You're telling me the assistant manager would get in trouble?
Yeah, they would say, "Why are you not watching your employees doing their job?" Yes, absolutely.
on,
You'd get in.
dude.
Yes,
There's no way.
this isn't new, dude.
It's new to me. Look,
All right. Well, you're in a whole nother.
Okay.
Obviously,
It's
you've never been in a managerial role. Obviously, when you have workers under you and then they start fucking up and you're not correcting that fuck up, that's your fault.
Right, but it's rarely ever given the responsibility.
Dude, this has
to the
nothing to do with
manager
anything.
in the civilian world.
It's an authoritarian nightmare, and I think we need to stop it. I think you apologizing for it. I think you're on the wrong side of history here, and only time will tell as we observe the negative outcomes here. Right? I don't see having this over policing effort. I don't see having this. Oh my God! I have to mute you because you're just talking over me. I don't see how that is going to result in a better outcome. In society A, we can have a society where we have policing over policing, and we have people getting harassed out in the streets with the National Guard on behalf of Donald Trump, or we could have not that, and then you have, like, I don't know, slightly more crime. I would probably choose Society B. Like, it just, the outcomes would be far better, right? I would probably just focus on, I don't know, maybe targeted community policing efforts, which would likely resolve in better outcomes, as well as more, it would also be more humanitarian as well. Okay, your turn.
Okay, look, if that's how you want things to be, fine. But I just disagree. I don't think it's authoritarian to do this, especially when it's within his rights. Just because it's not common to do so doesn't mean it's illegal or immoral. So him doing it is not authoritarian, especially if it's enshrined in the Constitution. It pretty much makes it a constitutional republic issue, not an authoritarian issue. It makes it a democratic issue. Just because you disagree with the process doesn't mean that the process has net negative outcomes. Like, what is the net negative here?
I just explained to you how it is a net negative outcome. I literally explained to you two societies. Society A, where there's like dude, you're obviously not listening. We're done. I don't know what else to tell you, dude. Okay. You're not listening. All right, I just tried to respond to you, and your response was to immediately overtalk me when I'm just trying to explain myself. We're done. We have to be on an agree to disagree. I think it's authoritarianism. You think it's perfectly okay to have the National Guard go around harassing DC residents. It's good talk.
No one's being harassed.
Anyway, phones are open, 202-998-5218. You guys think what Donald Trump is doing is a good thing? Dude, that you're in a whole nother realm of imagination. I don't know. Maybe I need to pick up a Dr. Seuss book so that way I can be in your level of imagination. Like, holy crap, that's insane. All right, let me see if I can jump in here and just kill these people really fast. Okay, I think I got him. Shit. There's a guy over there. Where is he? I'm bleeding. And I'm out of ammo. What? Dude, really? Ugh. All right. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Weekend Keegan says no one's being harassed, as we literally just observed people being harassed. Isn't that crazy? We literally just just now observed people being heckled for just sitting there on their porch enjoying their evening. Like, bruh, what am I supposed to say to these people? How do I have a discussion with these people? Boomstick. Let's take a look at boomstick. Definitely, it's a strong weapon. But I think I only have 2 bullets. Yeah, 2 bullets. I need health. Oh, hi. Why am I lagging? Michael says, approaching is not harassing you guys, but you can't see the reality. Bro, why are they approaching them and causing trouble? Leave them alone. All right, I don't know what's going on with my game. Hold on. I think I might crash. Oh, boy. We can't agree on the meaning of words. Of course we have to agree to disagree. If I came up to you and was just like, why are like obviously like it's not meeting the legal definition of harass, but I would imagine that they are bothering them. What is going on with my game? My game is, I think it completely crashed. I think I have to close it. Oh boy. We are taking phone calls, 202-998-5218. Lucas says, do you have a WhatsApp or something? I could not call you otherwise. I'm sorry, I don't. You have to call the number. Lucas says, again, you have to prove that X thing is a right. X thing is a right? To like not be hassled by National Guardsmen? If they comply with what we decide, it's not harassment. Yeah, exactly. This is what I mean, man. Like, it's insane. GGM says, what is a woman? If you're talking about in terms of gender, it's an internal sense of female. If you're talking about sex, it is an adult human female. Bobro says, Lucas, Catholicism is not good. Lucas says, Antifa is not good. Lucas says, not even Discord? Yeah, I got Discord. You can call me on Discord. I'm First Amender, 1ST Amender. You want to call me on Discord? Call me on Discord. I don't know what my game is doing. I have to close it. It's taking a big dookie. Big dookie, the game. We're gonna try again. You would think that it's that the game is more stable. It's not stable, everyone. Everybody, it's not stable. GGM says, now what is harassment? I mean, I'm not referring to the legal definition of harassment. Obviously there's but I do think like if you're coming in, right, you've got guns and you're like, hey, we're just checking to make sure that everybody follows the rules. Like that does seem to be like a level of aggressive pressure or intimidation. Like, bro, they're literally just smoking and drinking on their porch. They are following the rules. Dude, it takes really long to compile these shaders. Luke says that he can call. All right, go ahead and call me. Are we going to call? Am I going to call? Here, I'll call. Call. Start call. Send friend request. Friend request sent. All right, I sent you a friend request. Discover Hub says, I hate you. Okay. Why? Hub says, we love you. Oh, I'm sorry. Wiegand says, Hub, we love you too. Nice. Based. Kill them with love. Are these shaders take a while to compile? Hi. All right. Well, let's call. I'm ready. Is it going to work? All right, can you hear me? Lucas? Hello? You're on the line with First Amender. He's right here, but he's not answering. I'm not sure what's going on. Lucas? Lucas? Hello? He's not answering. He says, I hear you. Okay, so I don't hear you. Casey says, geez, already up and at it again? Yeah, I am, Casey. Listen. I usually do one of these Saturday streams just for fun. They're saying, give me a second. Okay, well, on that basis, I'm going to get some more coffee. Coffee. Let me get the coffee. All right. I got my coffee. Can you, you're deafened. Lucas, you're deafened. You have to undeafen yourself. Pumpkin says, First Amender is the best debater because he does this shit in his own dojo on his own time. All the time. He is the Street Fighter of senators. By the way, KZ, how are you doing? Are you having a good day? Ooh. All right, Stalker 2, let's go. Shh. Is there enemies over there? Dude, I don't have any supplies. I need stuff. Give me all this. I need this. Are you there? Are you gonna work? He's deafened again. I don't know. I'm waiting for this guy to answer. He can't seem to figure out how mics work. Check your inputs. Only focus on past peaceful trials. They got their own shit to deal with. You're new around here, ain't you? I am. All right. Mission. All right. All right, cool. Find the boiler house and find Zorik's stash. I would like a stash. But I would very much like ammo and equipment. Por favor. I do not have enough ammo and equipment. I'm going to pick up that. Let me see here. We've got a gun now. That's good. We've got something. Let me see here. Yep. That is in fact 2 bullets. That is in fact 2 bullets. Give me that. And it appears that that our friend has left us. They got to figure out their stuff. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. Discover Hub says, why don't you do Discord call streams anymore? Well, I do. You can call in Discord. It's just, the problem is that, like, can I just be honest? Like, modern day debate can be, like, really hectic sometimes. It's just very, like, yeah, not good. And so, like, I'd rather just, like, one-on-one talk to people as opposed to, like, I don't know, 12-on-1. Like, I've heard many times that it's, like, it's too chaotic. And I'm in agreements. It is too chaotic. Bruh, I have 9 bullets. That's all I got. 9 bullets. 9 bullets is what I got. Maybe there's something in that stash. I have no health. There's no health. That's radioactive for sure. That's radioactive. Let me see. Can I get through there and like just jump in and just take it to the stash. Take it all. Run. All right. Still only 1 out of 2 bullets. But let me see. Do I have... All right, I got some of this. I'll take that. Better than nothing, I guess. Casey says, it doesn't matter what you call it. It's still inhumane. This is why I love Casey. Casey's great. Casey knows what's right and wrong. AWOL Thought says, can you think of any situation where someone has been detained of any type of jail situation where they've been glowing review about the facility that they were in? No? What's your point? Oh, I think someone is trying to call me again. Let's see here. Now it won't work, damn it. I don't know why they have such a hard time trying to get their Discord to work. Lucas says, sorry, I'm testing my microphone and I don't know why it does not work. Lucas says, I have got wireless. It doesn't matter if it's wireless or not. You just open up your system settings. Like, you could type in sound on Windows and hit change system sounds. And then from there, you go to recording and see if you're getting any green bars on your microphone. Set that to your default. It is more of my PC. Yeah, again, I'm telling you how to do it within your PC. Like, you just need to go here and check for green bars. And if that's working, like, step one, is that working? Like, does the green bar, are you seeing green bar? Okay. So if that works, then we know it's a problem with Discord. We know that your microphone is working. It's just Discord. So then you got to go to your user settings and you need to go to voice and video and check your input device as well as your output device. Make sure those are set properly and then mic test it. Also, hopefully you're using the Discord app, not the website. Woke tech support. Yeah, that should work. I mean, if you're getting... I do not. Yeah, exactly not. Yeah, okay. Are you getting green bars within the sound options? Like when you talk into the mic, is it green? That's important. Oh, it works now. Okay, I'm going to call you. Hello. Oh, I heard something. He's server muted. He muted himself.
Hello, do you hear me?
Jesus Christ.
Hello.
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 Ah, super. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
Yes, and I think you. Yes, super. Okay, so let me first mute the stream. Hello.
you. Hello.
Super. Do you hear me?
Yep.
Super. That's great. I think I will have to first mute the stream so it doesn't, overlaps the sounds. Okay, so that's amazing. So I was like thinking how you define a label for your things. I think I have a small grasp on what Americans see as label, even though that I may not automatically agree with it. But how do you define it?
Well, it's a bunch of stuff kind of combined into one thing.
Yeah.
You support things like private property. You are okay with market economies. You're big on individual rights, such as civil rights and human rights, liberal democracies, secularism, the rule of law, being equal, economic and political freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion. It is also the dominant ideology of modern history, post-Enlightenment.
I see. So that's kind of like the objective definition of liberal. So, and what kind of liberal would you consider yourself as?
A progressive liberal.
I see. And what do you think of classical liberalism?
It's all right. I just think that it has an overemphasis on negative rights. It doesn't really emphasize positive rights. I believe that you can actually increase people's negative rights by emphasizing positive rights.
Can you define me negative and positive rights, like distinction?
Yeah, negative rights is just like the life of the right to life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, and positive rights are like things like access to health care, access to housing, being able to vote. Does that make sense?
Oh, mm-hmm. Oh, I kinda lost it. When for example, you saw me writing in the chat, right? And when I said I would candidate as Democrat while I would vote as a Republican, is that I find the Republican Party to be more of a political salad
A
than
political what?
Democrat. No. A salad, like the
Sellout?
it's a mix of people just not wanting Democrats basically. So it basically varies from the basically a regular right-wing person to complete Nazis. If you get the idea. That's my perception from European perspective.
Okay.
And I was thinking that since you talk about rights, can you explain how something becomes a right?
I think that I think it comes from human reason. I think that we use reason to consider, okay, well, what would create a better life, and establishing certain human rights is very important in my mind.
I see. I'm not saying that there are. I'm again. What I want to ask you now is which part of human rights would you support? Because you have the European Chart of Human Rights. Your country surely has human rights, the document, and then there is the United Nations human rights. So which one would you support more?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about like life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness as fundamental human rights. I do also think that like housing should be a human right. I think healthcare should be a human right. Livable conditions, human rights.
Yeah, I can agree on the healthcare because, for example, here we have the public health insurance. It's not actually free healthcare, but public ones because it comes from the taxes. So I think we can agree on economical stuff like the rights. When it comes to societal rights, not societal things, it depends what kind of stuff here. So, for example, if we would agree on gay marriage or what kind of healthcare is healthcare, that may differ.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're asking. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
I'm just saying. So, what do you think about that? For example, here we don't have the gay marriage, and I think we won't have for a long time. But you may say that it is the right because it makes certain people happy, right? If
Yes.
I'm not,
yeah, I believe that we should have gay marriage for sure.
Yes, I get it. When you call yourself debate woke liberal, I found it kind of assuming because you seem calm and reasonable, while I would, for example, define a woke person as somebody who is, let's say, irrational and very emotionally and dogmatic. So basically, it's like those right wing that you debate that get emotional and irrational. I would just, if you flip it to the left, then that's what I would call woke. But that by that you are not woke because.
I mean, the woke. It just basically is just a realizing that. That there are societal outcomes that socioeconomic conditions that people are born into that empirically result in negative outcomes, and being able to acknowledge that some people start off worse off than other people, and that we should try to facilitate reducing that would be an example of being woke.
Yes, mainly in America, right?
Same thing with arguing pro LGBTQIA+. That's also very woke.
Perhaps. No, well, depends because if you just grab the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, right? and apply it to the nations and everywhere. So that's like then those people get those rights, and that's not vote. It's basically just having human rights. There's no like explicit rights to those people. And woke would be then like wanting to censor people that disagree. I mean, by speech, not by policies, but if they like cannot be heard as well. And what I wanted to also say is, as you said that they are born wrong into, I think that's mainly in America, because here we don't have that much here at all, and we are quite insignificant country in Europe.
What country are you from?
I'm from the Czech Republic, which is Central Europe next to Germany.
Yeah, I've never been to the Czech Republic. They don't have they don't have gay marriage in the Czech Republic?
No, we don't.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
This is funny also. This is quite ironic. We are by majority not religious. I'm not saying atheist, but not religious, right? And for example, Greece, which is by majority...
And why are they banning gay marriage if it's not religious?
It was not banned. It wasn't allowed at all.
Why?
It wasn't allowed. It was no one just voted for it. No one just voted the people didn't vote a government that would allow it at all. So it wasn't allowed in the first place. So it wasn't banned. So like they didn't see sense why allowing it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I just don't understand why if it's not religious.
I mean, I wasn't...
I guarantee you if I Google this, and to be fair, right, I don't know much about what Czech politics are like, but I guarantee you if I Google this, I'm going to find it's religious. I've never heard anybody argue the anti-gay marriage perspective without it being a religious argument.
Well, I myself was raised atheist, you know, and I wasn't quite...
Are you in favor of gay marriage?
Quite, no. It's the
Why?
thing I wanted to say that... yeah, allow me to get in. I wanted to say that I was raised atheist and I wasn't in favor of it. And before I say why, I have to set premises. For example, that I don't see homosexuality as not natural, because like everything that comes from like birth and stuff, it's natural. So homosexuality is natural, as well as basically other stuff. Why I don't...
So you're saying because it's unnatural? It's unnatural.
No, I'm saying that homosexuality is natural. It is natural.
Oh, okay.
As any other stuff. Because, like, people saying that it is not natural is like saying that, I don't know, autism or Down syndrome are not natural. But they are natural because they, like, they follow the natural laws, and they are not, like, a societal thing. You don't become autistic from societal socioeconomic status. You can, but it's a mental thing. It's not like societal thing. So homosexuality is natural. And if, again, another premise I want to say is I don't see marriage as the requirement to get a baby. So I think you can like opt
the problem
out
isn't getting
that,
a baby. The problem is that not treating people as others, right? They should be able to get the things that are just kind of presumed as a straight couple. That's the concern, right? It's not a matter of having babies. That's not what the purpose of marriage is. But okay, so like I'm a little...
Go on.
Well, I'm a little like I'm gonna just Google very quickly, like, why does the Czech Republic, why is it against gay marriage?
We're not against gay marriage. It's quite like 50-50. We're like
what do you know? Yeah, so it does appear that there's a political division where there are lawmakers and parties that are more conservative at Christian-leaning groups argue that marriage should only be between a man and a woman. Okay, so it is the religious argument. All right, so yeah, I'm still on the fact that this is what I mean. It's like, oh, well, the motivation is not religious, but then we find out it is religious. It's literally the reason every single time.
I would argue for the definition you provided of marriage, but not from a religious standpoint. Like, if the religious argument for
It's a contract of a
is,
union between two people.
yes, that's your definition. But I meant like between man and a woman. The religious argument would
So what's
be
wrong with a man
that
and a man and a woman getting married?
How
How does that stop you like from enjoying your, I don't know, liberties to be religious or whatever?
If you allowed to clarify and not jump in, I would tell you first that actual religious argument of for marriage is that you add the God behind it, while I would argue for the between a man and a woman without using God, because I don't see homosexuality as neurotypical in comparison to heterosexuality, which I haven't here used the religious argument. Now you ask, can you repeat the question you asked so I know?
Yeah, so what's wrong with a man and a man getting married or a woman and a woman getting married?
Well, it's not wrong like that it would be evil, but it's wrong as it presumes that the human reproductive system is homosexual, but because the human reproductive system is heterosexual, therefore the
People get into relationships all the time without reproduction.
Please, let me finish. The reproduction is made heterosexual. Thus,
It's all the time without reproduction.
Please, let me finish. The hetero or what you would quote unquote say normal, but by biology would say neurotypical, is heterosexual, while homosexuality is mental defect, because it's a psychological thing, it's not a socio-economic. So therefore, if homosexuality is caused by both the fact that you're not attracted to opposite sex or gender anymore, therefore the marriage follows the idea that neurotypical it's neurotypical to be heterosexual, it's the default, while homosexuality is not homosexual. I mean homosexuality as the idea of not being attracted to opposite sex is thus
I don't understand where you're going with this. You've lost me.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's see. Do you can you there is difference between disorder, illness, and birth defect. Is autism a disorder? I will get to the point. I just want to clarify if we agree on something. I will get to the point. So if autism is a disorder, homosexuality
It's not a disorder, it's a different way of thinking. It's like a it's a difference in the way that somebody thinks.
Yeah, so you may agree with that one, but I would agree with that it is a disorder. I want
no, that's just wrong.
I know.
You're like, here's the problem. Like that's just wrong. It's not considered as a disorder. It's a different way of thinking. It's a different wiring of the brain. It's not necessarily a disorder. Disorder only implies if it negatively impacts your ability to live your life. But there's plenty of people who are autistic that live perfectly normal lives, if anything, successful lives. So it's not a disorder in and of itself.
Well, yes, but by whom? I didn't want to pull appeal to authority fallacy where I would basically grab
No, the DSM-5 is not an appeal to authority fallacy. That is a relevant authority. Relevant authorities are not appeals to authority.
Yeah,
if you just pull up your logic book, you would find this information. You would know this.
I want that to just avoid being. I didn't know if you would see it as a fallacy or not. So
it's not a fallacy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it isn't it's a different way of thinking, as you said. The same way it's a different way of thinking to be homosexual, because you're not attracted to opposite sex anymore. Therefore, it's like different same of thinking. But I would categorize it as I would not know how to categorize it correctly, but it would not be neurotypical. It would be neurodivergent, and because the body of the human is heterosexual, i.e., we reproduce heterosexually. That
I don't understand where you're going with this.
I'm saying that homosexuality is not a standard, and it's a mental disorder. That's what I'm
You're saying
about.
homosexuality is a mental disorder?
Yes. Yes, that
No,
was my
that's
argument.
also empirically false.
Oh, continue, expand it.
Do you
expand it. I
not do you
wanted
not
to give-
understand that what a disorder is? A disorder needs to have a negative implication on your life.
It
Right?
has.
A
It's
person
not-
being
then I would say
gay,
you have.
no, stop. A person being gay
Sorry.
and living a gay life doesn't in and of itself result in a negative outcome. If anything, it's actually society pushing that negative outcome onto people. They can live perfectly normal lives. So no, it is not a disorder.
I am not saying that we should.
No, stop.
arrest them.
I need you to agree with this. The problem is that you're fighting against what exactly a mental disorder even is. If you pull up the latest DSM-5, you will find, I think it's DSM-5-TR is where they're on. A mental disorder has to have significant mental significant impacts, negative impacts on a human life. That is not what being gay is. It's just empirically not the case. Get that out of your head. You're just wrong here. You need to acknowledge, okay, it is not a mental disorder. I can pull up the DSM-5-TR and pull up the diagnostic for mental health criteria and prove to you that fact.
If you allow me to speak and not jump it. First of all, I disagree with homosexuals being pressured out of society, as you mentioned, and I'm not defining it as a disorder because society pushing it out, which you kind of moved there, and I wanted to say that later, that I am fine with a person that is gay that would have human rights, at least from the United Nations list of human rights. Then you said it has not a significant the disorder is that it must have significant impact on the person's life, and I'm not saying that they are, I don't know, retarded or anything like that. I didn't imply that, but you jumped to conclusions. I wanted to say that if disorder is something that limits a person to live life normally, then homosexuality is a disorder because you're not attracted to opposite sex. That's what
Dude,
my claim.
stop. That is not, again, you're just wrong about this.
Go on.
I explained to you how it's wrong based on the DSM-5 criteria. Mental disorders do not work this way. So if you're just gonna double down and say, well, I still believe it's a mental disorder, you're just fighting against what even the diagnostic criteria for mental disorders even are. So it's at that point I have to take you and your argument. You're no longer operating at an empirical level. You're operating in fantasy world.
Because I don't agree with the DSM-5 entirely.
Yeah, no. No. It's not that you just disagree with the DSM-5 entirely. It's the fact that it's just false. Like in order for something to be considered a disorder, it has to match the criteria for it to be a disorder. So the best authoritative body that is acknowledged throughout the entire world is in fact the DSM-5, right? That's the central diagnostic criteria for mental disorders. psychologically speaking. That is throughout the entire world that the DSM-5 is being used. They have a specific criteria for mental disorder. By that very metric, it is not a mental disorder. Being gay is not a mental disorder. Okay, and if you disagree with that, you're just going against the mountains and mountains of body of evidence in order to be a bigot.
First of all, if I was the bigot, I would entirely join the cause.
You literally were saying that it's a mental disorder. That is a very bigoted opinion. So I'm going to stop you right there. We're going to start one more time. Is being gay a mental disorder?
Yes.
All right. Good talk. Good talk. We're not talking anymore. Have a good day.
See you later.
Yeah, I tried. Guys, I tried. I really did. Effort was made. But yeah, if you're calling being gay a mental disorder, you can fuck right off with that. Let me move friend. I click. Yeah. All right. Anyway, GJM says based caller. Yeah, I mean, you're just empirically wrong. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, just be wrong. That's not what the criteria is for a mental disorder. That's just not what it is. You could sit there and argue that until you're blue in the face. You're going against basic science. I don't know what to tell you. It's just wrong. No matter how you square that, that doesn't work. Lucas, do better. Do better. Pull up the DSM-5 criteria and then try to argue that. You're not in reality world. All right, let me see. Let me see what I can do here. So I've got a few missions here. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. I would like to hear what you guys have to say. Obviously being gay is not a mental disorder. I'm sorry. It's not the reality. I mean, if you want, I can provide you the exact DSM-5 criteria. Let me see if I can pull it up, actually. Let me see if I can find... Give me a moment. Okay, so rather than me pulling up the full DSM-5 criteria, because it's quite long, I can at least provide kind of like a shortened version of it, so you can understand where I'm coming with this. So, what is a mental disorder? The American Psychiatric Association kept this question in mind when preparing their latest diagnostic statistical manual of mental disorders, the DSM-5. Definitions of mental disorders in the DSM-5 consider these 5 factors. 1, it is a behavioral or psychological syndrome or pattern that occurs in an individual. 2, it reflects an underlying psychobiological dysfunction. 3, the consequences of which are clinically significant distress, such as a painful symptom or a disability, impairment in one or more important areas of functioning. 4, must not be merely an expected response to common stressors and losses, as in the loss of a loved one, or a culturally sanctioned response to a particular event, such as trance states or religious rituals. And 5, primarily a result of social deviance or conflicts with society. So the reality is that this is the part that is really, really important to consider, where it is the consequences of clinically significant distress or disability. Being gay does not match this. Okay? So it is not a mental disorder. By the metrics of what we use to have a criteria for mental disorders professionally, it is not a mental disorder. So spend all your time being hateful. It's just empirically false. And stop wasting my time. James Miller says, imagine a lifestyle that ruins your butthole. Imagine a lifestyle that ruins your social life. How's your, right-wingers' social life has got to be just a fucking nightmare, bro. All right. We got missions. Let's take a look at the missions. I close. Let me see. How do I open up my... Let me see. I'm trying to remember how to open my PDA. Okay, here we go. P. It's P for PDA. All right, let's take a look at some missions. Find Vlago by the water tower. Okay, you got it. God, there's so many missions. We could talk to Lenz, the technician. Let's do it. GGM says, yeah, a man with no family, no woman, no kids, etc. is looking down on the social life of those who tend to have them more. Yeah, well, I mean, I chose to live like a solitary life. I enjoy, honestly, like coming home and it's just peaceful in my house. I did not find a lot of peace being in a lot of relationships. And so I just choose that life. That's just me. Casey says, so you're saying that infertile people shouldn't be normalized either. Good point. Casey's got a good point. Sam says reproduction is a function that is not accomplished by gays. That's okay because they actually often adopt children, and they can go ahead and do that. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that is actually an evolutionary advantage, where they found that there is actually an evolutionary reason for there being gay, because they found that there's gay people or gay species across multiple mammals. So the current explanation is that they found overwhelmingly that gay mammals, what they would do is that they would adopt abandoned children. So it does have an evolutionary advantage. Dude, every time I zoom in to these guys, it just like completely just takes a giant shit. You know what? I think, let's see, got any work for me? All right. This is what I mean by the frame generation. Let me turn that off. I'm going to turn it back off. Display. Frame generation. Where is it? Graphics. This is why I don't have flip frame generation. This is why. We have to deal with 37 FPS. Oh, God. Ugh, crunch. Casey says, what game is this, by the way? This is Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. Sam says, the DSM-5 says that there's a dysfunction. It should be considered a disorder. Yeah, again, you have to match all the criteria. It's not just one. All those criteria need to be met in order to be considered a mental disorder. It does not actually have any negative impairment for a person to be able to live their life as a gay person. They're perfectly capable of doing so. It is not a mental disorder. All right, let's see. We got all these cool missions. We got all sorts of good stuff we can do. I don't have any bullets though. I need bullets. I think I need to hit up the shop. This is not the right shop. I think this is a shop. That is not what it says. I literally just read it. I literally just unironically read it. I read it for everybody to read. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, go be a bigot elsewhere. Like, I don't know. I have no idea why there are so many, like, just really hateful, bigoted people here. Like, it drives me nuts. It really does. Actually, I think I should be all right. I mean, I gotta collect stuff. I think I have this gun, the number 3. James Miller says, I like you first, but your debate style almost always leads to conflict. You aren't doing this to learn. That's not true. I'm constantly trying to learn from other people. All the time. Casey says, also I'm bi. I can be both. Based. Let's see. Pumpkin says, being gay does not stop breeders from breeding. True. Samson says, go ahead. Go ahead. Read it again. You must be good at reading these types of documents. Read the preface again. Okay. Should I pull up the DSM-5 criteria? Hold on a sec. Okay, so it should be on page 14. Let's pull up the DSM-5 TR PDF. Page 14. Give me a moment while I get it. Page 14, introduction, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 11, 12, 13, 14. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and link it right here. For anybody who wants to see it, you can go. It is actually on 104 of the PDF, but that is effectively where page 14 is. I'll go ahead and share it just for everybody else to see, and we'll just read it together. Definition of a mental disorder. Each disorder identified in Section 2 of the manual, excluding those of the chapter of medication-induced movement disorders and other adverse effects of medication and other conditions that may be focused of clinical attention, must meet the definition of a mental disorder. Although no definition can capture all aspects of the range of disorders contained in the DSM-5, the following elements are required. A mental disorder is a syndrome characterized by clinically significant disturbance of an individual's cognition, emotion regulation, or behavior that reflects a dysfunction in the psychological, biological, or developmental processes underlying mental functioning. Mental disorders are usually associated with significant distress or disability in social, occupational, or other important activities. An expectable or culturally approved response to a common stressor or loss, such as the death of a loved one, is not a mental disorder. Socially deviant behavior, political, religious, or sexual, and conflicts that are primarily between the individual and society are not mental disorders unless the deviance or conflicts result from a dysfunction in the individual as described above. It literally gives you the criteria right away. The diagnostic of a mental disorder should have the clinical utility. It should help clinicians to determine prognosis, treatment plans, and potential treatment outcomes for their patients. However, the diagnosis of a mental disorder is not equivalent to the need for treatment. Need for treatment is a complex clinical decision that takes into consideration symptom severity, symptom salience, e.g., the presence of suicidal thoughts, an individual's distress, mental pain associated with a symptom, disability related to the individual's symptoms, risks and benefits of available treatments, and other factors, such as psychiatric symptoms complicating other illnesses. Clinicians may thus encounter individuals whose symptoms do not fill the full criteria for a mental disorder, but who demonstrate a clear need for treatment or care. The fact that some individuals do not show all symptoms indicative of a diagnosis should not be used to justify limiting their access to appropriate care. All right. So, FYI, once again, stop being a bigot. Being gay is not a mental disorder. It literally details that for you. So yes, I did read it. I did understand the work. You're just being a bigot. Being gay is not a mental disorder. I'm sorry. You're just wrong here. Anyway, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. If you disagree with me, I mean, I'd love to hear your argument. I just, stop being a bigot. I don't know what to tell you. Like you're just a bigot. Like, oh man, I really wish that I could other the gay people because they're having sex that I don't like. Because, my God, like, go fuck yourself. You're a piece of garbage. Casey says, also just thought of something from way back. If homosexuality shouldn't be normalized because they can't reproduce, do you think polygamy should be normalized? Wait, true. That's a great argument. That's great. Good job. Thank you, Casey. Gays should be happy with just being a subculture. Since they've gone mainstream, they've been a pain. Yeah, you're just being a hateful bigot. Being straight has also been always out in the open. And I do believe that gays should have that same option. GGM PDW says, is it a mental disorder to want to castrate yourself? Yes, there is diagnostic criteria for that. Yes. Weekend Keegan, well, if I can't be a bigot, I'll be a Smollett. Sam says, spurging out because he didn't want to reread what he did before. I literally just read the DSM-5 criteria. I only pulled up the previous thing because it's like took less time. But because I kind of felt like, okay, maybe, I mean, we can bring it up again. I mean, I could bring up the last thing that I brought up, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's the same result. Like, I'm sorry. It's just not going to argue what you're saying. Like, it's just not going to argue it. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I'll reread this. The American Psychiatric Association kept this question in mind when preparing their latest diagnostic of the Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Definitions of mental disorders in the DSM consider these 5 factors. Behavior or psychological syndrome or pattern that occurs in an individual, reflects an underlying psychobiological dysfunction, the consequences of which are clinically significant distress, such as a painful symptom or disability, impairment in one or more of the areas of functioning, must not be merely an expected response to common stressors of losses, such as the loss of a loved one, or culturally sanctioned response of a particular event, such as trance states or religious rituals, and primarily result in the social deviance or conflicts with society. Yeah, again, it doesn't require one of these. It requires all of these. If it's any one of these, it's no longer a mental disorder. So again, stop being a bigot. Being gay is perfectly okay. Lucas says, well, I did not call you to convince you otherwise or anything. I wanted to see how you debate. Yeah, the problem is that we have to operate at like a level of reality. If you don't operate within reality, we just have to divorce ourselves, because you sit there and say, hey, it's a mental disorder, but I've given what it is to be a mental disorder And you either have to accept the fact and move on, or be stuck in non-reality world, right? Like we could sit here and debate whether or not that the Sneeches hate the Snooches and the Snooches and the Sneeches, but at the end of the day, you're just talking about a fucking Dr. Seuss book. It's not in reality. If we disagree on basic fundamental axioms of reality, then we just have to agree to disagree and I move on. That's how that works, right? That's why I hung up on you. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. James Miller says, shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. Again, just look at the DSM-5. You're wrong here. You're wrong. I've brought it up. I've got the information. Samson says, you just had to read the preface. It does not say all 5. Yes, it does. In fact, we read the DSM-5 criteria and it does detail exactly that. So I don't know what else to tell you. Stop being a bigot. Pumpkin, you got served. You got First Amendment amended. It's funny. It's like arguing having curly hair being a disorder. True. Yes. Thank you. I'm glad it's not just me that's sitting there having to yell at these anti-gay bigots. GJM says, like things as basic as what a woman is. Yeah, you would think it's basic. It's not that basic. But then again, I've brought this up to you and you've not listened at all. And you've never called in to have the discussion. So I don't know what else to tell you. I even answered you and you seem to not argue against what I said. So I don't know. It's kind of stupid to keep stuck on the same dumb talking point. I mean, you're basically just like an NPC, just like with like you got like a pull string where I could just like, but what is a woman? I need to make like a MAGA teddy bear or something. Nate's talking. Calm him down. Make him tell him where to stay. Got it? Because I'm about to have a fucking meltdown. Let's see. First you take care of my problem, then you take care of yours. Get it? Let me turn this up for a bit. I am expecting a call. Come on, call the number, guys. Do you guys want to have a discussion with the woke liberal? I'm right here. 202-998-5218. I'm not on D&D mode. You could just call in. Why not should I give a damn, buddy? First you take care of my problem, then you could take care of yours. Okay. Got it. Talk to Valak Lummox. Okay. Do I have to put that away? All right.
Easy there, I just want to talk.
Are you nuts, man? I'm kind of busy here, you know. If I drop my guard for a second, these thugs will do me in. If I'm going down, I'm taking at least one of them with me.
You owe money to Warlock.
Are you kidding me? Fine, get in line. You want me to pay him back? The stash is at the water tower, at the very top.
Whoa! She's spilling the beans! Are you scared of heights, summoner? Nah, I don't...
Okay, gotta go grab the stash up at the top of the tower. Cool. Oh boy. Lucas, you got cooked. You could tell by your shaking, quivering voice. Bobro says, Lucas says, that was not my point, though. My point was to reveal the contradictions. You talked to angry MAGAs destroying them while I joined in was calm, but you were irritated one jumping into. Yes, because you're going against basic reality. Right? If we disagree on basic reality, we got to move on. I don't know what else to tell you. We just have to agree to disagree. I mean, you're stuck in not reality world and I'm stuck in reality world. Like, I don't know. That's just that's the situation. There's nothing else for me to tell you. Won't call. The show isn't called Agree with a Woke Liberal. Hey, if you just want to call in and have I don't know, do you want to talk about yesterday's debates? Did anybody catch yesterday's debates on Modern Day Debate? If you want to just call it, oh, look at that weapon. Yeah, dude. Ooh, that weapon look good. Ooh, we got 45 of these. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Take out the bandits. Ooh, this gonna be good. Let me see here if I can change this type. Okay. I don't like that it's nighttime. It's hard to see their heads. I'm trying to see their heads. It's very hard to see at night. Do I have like health potions or something? Health? I have one bandage. Dude, this is not good. One down. I think that's his head. All right, got him. Is that his head? All right, cool. All right, let me see if I can get some... it looks like my character is hungry, so I got to eat food. All right. We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Do you want to argue with the liberal? Well, I'm right here. James Miller, are you implying that first argues like a woman and then shames insult with guilt? Wow, cool. Sexism and homophobia. Cool. Good job, AWOL. You're really just slamming it out of the park. I'm sure you're on the right side of history. Yeah, absolutely. Don't worry. I'm sure your bigoted ways are right. I promise. Don't worry. You won't. You will not look back in history with this with embarrassment. Not at all. I need health.
I'm screwed. Either I pay off all my debts, or I gotta leave the Lester zone for good.
Ooh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello, First Amender.
Hi.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
This is AWOL. You know I had to call you soon as you start yelling out bigots and things of that nature.
Yeah, dude, don't be bigoted. Don't be bigoted.
Okay.
If you don't want to be called a bigot, don't be bigoted.
That is a fair assessment. So I'm curious. Someone said in the comments that you were arguing like a woman, which is shame, insults, guilt.
Yeah.
What was the comment you gave after that?
That's you, AWOL. Wasn't that you who said that?
No, I was commenting on someone. Yeah, I said that. Someone else said in the chat, and I asked, were you implying that first argues like a woman because he uses a woman's tactics? Is that sexist?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
What is a woman's tactic?
Do you believe that women and men argue differently?
It depends. They may argue the same. They may argue differently. It depends on the situation. There's all sorts of factors that would cause a woman to react like a man or a man react like a woman. It's not a guarantee that it's like, oh, here's like a woman-like behavior where they argue like take for example, like it's very often it's like we attribute negativity towards like the way that a woman reacts to the way that a man reacts as being like a positive thing. It's pretty sexist. I don't like it.
Okay, that was kind of rambly, but I will say that first and foremost, we're not ever going to talk about absolutes anyway. So when I say arguing like a woman or arguing like a man, would you say socially men argue a different way than women?
It
Are we
depends.
more aggressive? How about that?
No, it
Are we generally
depends.
more aggressive?
Yes, men are more aggressive.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that women are less aggressive when they argue?
Typically. But that
Okay,
may
if
also
you're
not
less
be the case. They may also be quite aggressive.
Of course, first, because nothing is absolute, right? But we have to go with the majority, right? Okay, let's put it this way. In an argument, who's more likely to throw a punch, a man or a woman? To you.
Well, a man would likely be more likely to throw a punch.
Okay, so if
But
that's
women
the case,
also,
when we
they
go by
slap
that
too, so.
Okay, you should be ashamed of yourself for that one, man. That's
I mean,
really
they do.
sad deflection there.
It's not a deflection.
So,
I'm pointing out the reality.
Are you going to say
like you're trying to get it all to fit into like a box, and I'm saying hey, there's nuance to this.
You know how we were just saying that we have to agree on certain things for the conversation to even go forward?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So can we both agree that in your point of view, most of the time men will resort to violence before a woman would? For the majority.
Men will resort to violence before a woman would. Yeah, again, it depends.
Okay. Since you won't cave into that, let's just switch it to something different. What do you consider an argument method that a man would use more likely than a woman would?
I don't know.
Do you think that men gaslight as much as women?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I argue with men all the time when it comes to debate, and it's very common that they'll try to gaslight a situation. And I know that they gaslit me because it's quite common that I will sit there and just start typing down what somebody had said in order to ensure that I get their point correct. And then they say, no, I never said that. And then I go, and then they call me crazy for saying that they never said that, even though I literally typed exactly what they said verbatim. So yes, men gaslight all the time. And I don't know if they're doing it intentionally or unintentionally, but this happens all the time. Both men and women can do this. Actually, now that I think about it, I honestly get that more with men than I do with women. Like just FYI.
Okay, then you have an argument style that you can attribute more to men than you can women, right?
I mean, that's not to say that women can't gaslight, though. Like, that's just my personal experience.
Listen, sir, please stop with it could be anybody. We all
yeah,
know
well, no, but that's the reality. You're trying to get it to fit into a box, and I'm saying, hey, it's more complex than that. And you're just like, wait, why can't things be stereotyped? And I'm like, yeah, I don't...
Can a Trump supporter be more empathic than a Republican? I mean, than a Democrat?
What? I suppose so, yeah.
Be more empathic?
Sure.
Is that the average?
No.
Would you think that's the average?
No, Democrats tend to be more empathetic. In fact, there's actually neurological responses that have been observed. There have been more recent studies regarding like Trump supporters basically like only having like surface level logic where they have to like look at like, yeah, things are like very like surface level consequential. Whereas like when it comes to like left wingers, they tend to think like more abstractly. I'm not even kidding. There's actually empirical basis behind this.
I could believe that. I actually could believe that because a lot of times when I test your logic in real world situations, it always falls apart.
No, it doesn't fall apart. It is.
It does.
Well, why don't you give me an example of something of my logic that falls apart? Right? Why don't you help me out?
Okay. We had a debate once where we were talking about an ICE situation, and your solution was that you would detain the person, and once you detain them, let me reverse. You said that you couldn't detain the person unless you got their physical ID in your hand. And I kept asking you, how do you get their physical ID? And your logic kept going back to you have to get their physical ID, but you would not concede that they would have to arrest or detain the person to get that ID.
What?
Do you
No,
remember that conversation?
you would detain. Yeah, you would detain somebody. Like, what do you mean?
Yes, and like most of our conversations,
you wouldn't arrest them. You would just detain them.
Yes, you would detain them. But the point of that debate was that it took you 20 minutes to even admit that you had to detain someone first to get the ID.
You just said that I didn't detain them, and now you're saying that I did agree with detaining after 20 minutes.
Yes, it took you that long to acknowledge something simple. There's logical. I have an arrest warrant. I'm going to go detain the person. But for your point of view,
If you have an arrest warrant, you're not detaining them. You're arresting them. You don't need to detain somebody that has an arrest warrant. You just arrest them.
Actually, I had to argue down on that point also. I swear to God we did. If you ever had to go back and watch that debate, you would agree with me right now. But let me go back to the arguing like a woman thing just for a moment. Do you think that women use social means more in an argument than men?
What does that mean?
As far as public appeal or public opinion?
I don't know what that means.
As far as public opinion or public appeal?
I, again, don't know what that means.
Okay. I don't know. A woman feels like her man has wronged her, so she would tend to lean more towards socially outing him than a man would. Would you agree with that?
Men do that as well.
I didn't say that they don't do it as well. It's a horrible argument to say they also do it. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, again, you're like trying to apply like some weird generality when it's like it's totally applicable to men.
Okay, let me ask you a simple question. If a man busts out crying in public and a woman busts out crying in public, who do you think will get more public sympathy in that situation?
The woman.
Okay. So you will acknowledge that there's an advantage with some social situations, correct?
Sure.
That a woman would have.
Sure.
Okay. So if said woman goes on social media and cries about her relationship, and a man cries about the same type of situation in his relationship, who do you think publicly will get more sympathy and backing?
I've already answered that. You're asking the same question twice? I thought you Republicans were all about that logic stuff. Like, I already answered this question.
So you're conceding that point that women do have some kind of society power there as far as
I already said yes to this. Why are you stuck on the same thing?
Okay, because it's going back to our initial point was that sometimes people say that you argue like a woman, and I'm saying that if you argue with social points to get brownie points, that's kind of a womanly argument. That's all. You see that, right?
No. I don't. And also, it's still sexist.
Well, I don't care if it's sexist. I don't really care about sexism. I mean, like, I think that.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I do. I don't like being nasty to people based on things that they can't control. Like it's like if I told you like you're arguing like a black man. Mm-hmm. Why are you arguing like a black man, all aggressive and no logic? Like, do you see how that's like really hateful?
Yes,
is that hateful to you?
But I'm not talking about.
No, I'm just curious. Yes, is that hateful? It is. Okay, all right. So saying that you argue like a woman, right? Do you think that saying you argue like a woman? Could you please calm down? Could you please calm down?
I can, but you just accused me of.
So again, please. Obviously, it's hateful to say you're arguing like a black man. So, and you would not like that. I agree. I wouldn't like that either. Wouldn't it be fair to say that doing the same thing to literally half of the population, that's probably pretty sexist and we probably shouldn't be doing that?
I don't care about sexism because I think that.
Okay, but racism, you do care.
Yes, I think there's a difference.
Why do you care for racism but not for sexism?
Well, with your example, with you're arguing like a black person, it would depend on what argument they were making. The same way you were talking about the woman thing, right? No, you can't. But you can't. But here's the difference. Can you control being a woman? We're talking about. Let me finish for a moment. Here's the difference in what we're talking about. When I'm talking about how a woman argues,
can you control being a woman?
Based on. No, of course you can't.
Okay. So.
But what you can't.
It's pretty shitty to say you're arguing like a woman, right? It's sexist.
No, it's not. Well, it is sexist. Some part of it is sexist. I already admitted that.
It's sexist and it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Just like if I said you're arguing like a black man.
Okay, and again, you didn't let me refute that point either because you keep rattling off the same shit. Like you.
Well, I'm pointing out the reality. And for whatever reason, you seem to have some. This is what we call cognitive dissonance, right? You're trying to challenge two viewpoints in your head that doesn't work together, and you're trying to square the peg in the round hole, and you're closing your mind off to the fact that, maybe racism and sexism are both equally bad.
All right. Let's rewind for a moment. The problem here is that you're not letting me defend any of the points, you're just rambling. Now, back to you argue like a black person. That comment would be insulting if the person wasn't doing it. Do you understand? If I was arguing with you and I was using, do I need to repeat the statement or you just...
No, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, they have to actually be arguing like a black person in order for them to be... I'm like, what is arguing like a black person?
You're gambling. You're just... Please
I'm gambling?
Stop for a minute. Let me finish. Yeah, like you're just rolling the dice constantly. You're not letting anyone else play. Chill for a moment.
Uh-huh.
All right. Let me at least finish 2 sentences together before you try to refute what I'm saying because you keep telling me that I'm not saying it the right way because I'm not saying anything yet. Okay? So, I have the floor now. If someone said that I was arguing like a black person, there's 2 ways to take that. One could be, oh, that's racist, or 2, it could be, oh, that's accurate. If it was accurate, it would be like, have you ever heard of, 70s slang?
Have I ever heard of what?
70s slang. Have you ever heard of, black Ebonic slang that's just home at the black community that white people don't use? Have you ever heard of any of that?
Yes.
Okay. If I argue with you from that style, would you be wrong to say I'm arguing like a black person?
I suppose so, but it'd be racist as fuck. Probably not do that. They can control being black. It's pretty hateful to do that. Don't do that.
Okay, back to the controlling what you are. I never said that the thing about a woman can't control being a woman. That's not what we're really discussing. What we're discussing is what
I'm saying, it's hateful. It's shitty and hateful. It's sexist to say you're arguing like a woman. What the fuck does that mean?
Wow.
Does that mean therefore a woman wrong?
Okay.
What does that mean?
I am trying to explain to you, but you keep...
Well, calm down. You're arguing like a woman right now.
That's funny because I still haven't belittled you, right? I haven't belittled you, and that's kind of like a womanly trait.
Unlike you, right? Where you definitely didn't belittle me by saying that I argue like a woman, right?
No, that's not.
You realize that this is like crybaby argumentation, right? Where you just as soon as I hurl back the same thing at you, you're like, I didn't insult you once when you clearly insulted me in chat, and now that I'm pointing out the problem, now for whatever reason you get into the full crybaby mode, right?
You insulted me in the chat. First of all, stop with the thin skin.
You're sitting there saying that I argued like a woman, right? Did you not say that?
No, wait.
Did you not say that?
I didn't say that.
You didn't say that.
I didn't.
Oh, okay, all right. So this whole argument is just a moot, right?
You're rambling.
I'm rambling like a woman. Unlike you, right? You're acting belligerent like a woman. You're acting like a woman right now, very belligerent. I don't know if I trust you.
You are really
I don't know.
Rambling.
I think you're being too emotional right now. I'm perfectly fine right now, but you seem like very womanly in your argumentation. I don't know if I trust your logical faculties.
Okay, fair enough. Are you finished yet? Okay, I'm going to take that as you being finished. Now, first of all, what I said in the comments was, John Miller said that you argue like a woman, and I asked him, was that what he was saying?
Uh-huh.
So again, I didn't say that, but I do agree with that.
Okay,
now,
so you are saying it. All right, cool. We just proved that you said it. Okay, amazing.
Okay, fine, whatever. I said what someone else said in the comments, and then asked you, and then said I agree. Okay.
I don't know. You're being very hysterical. I don't know if I could trust your
hysterical.
Yeah. You got to calm down. Calm down, sweetie. Calm down,
you should be
please.
Yourself, man.
Sweetie, calm down.
All right. So now, don't call me sweetie. Thank you.
Wait, why? Why?
Because I'm straight sexually, and I don't like men calling me sweetie.
Sweetie, listen. You're just it's just because you're being belligerent. Calm down.
Oh, come on now. Don't be sexist.
Wait, are you telling me to not be sexist?
Yeah, I mean, there you are. You don't, like, do you misgender people also, First Amender, or is that offensive?
All right.
I
If
mean,
you
you're-
think, all right,
you're-
so is
you're
it fair
making
to
claims
say,
on my
right? If you
sexuality
don't
and
want
whatnot,
me to
that's
be
the type of thing you
sexist,
always
if you don't
defend
want me
against.
to be sexist to you, maybe you don't be sexist to other people. How about that? Hot take.
Here's the problem.
What do you think about
Do you
that? What do you
believe-
think
okay.
about that? Do you think that if you're that I shouldn't be sexist, if I shouldn't be sexist, maybe you shouldn't be sexist? Do you think that's possible? Can we extend that together, that we decide, hey, let's not be sexist to one another?
No. You know why?
Okay, all right,
Because that's
sweetie,
not the
you gotta
real
calm
world.
down, sweetie, please, calm down. You're
See, now,
you're acting belligerent.
You're deliberately trying to poke
You
the bear, that's funny.
you gotta just see. No, here's the thing. You're just, sweetie, please. The men are talking. All right.
Oh, come on now, first you're pushing it. I know
Listen,
you're trying to get me
listen.
to like rage out on you, but here's the thing. I'm a man, so I actually have control over my rage. I'm not going to rage on you. I'll just talk down to you the same way you are to me eventually. It's
Sweetie,
fine.
chill. You're acting belligerent.
Okay.
I can't, I can't trust when you act so emotional this way that you're going to come to logical conclusions. And so I'm trying to bring you back into reality, because, sometimes it requires a man to really just kind of pull you out of it, Don't you agree?
Well, it probably does take a man to pull someone out of some things. Although, let's be honest, most of your categories of what make a man are kind of confused anyway, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You're not considered quote unquote manly by the most of the male population, right? By your own view.
But listen here, right? See, because you're arguing like a woman, I would venture to say that the opposite is the case, right? And sweetie, you just have to calm down, right? You're not thinking logically, right? You got to think logically, like a man, right? And so I'm telling you that you gotta relax and calm down, honey. Please, honey,
you're repeating yourself.
Honey,
you're repeating yourself.
You're
that's a very womanly thing too. But if I was arguing like a woman, as everyone
you are
knows,
arguing
when you
like
tell
a woman.
To calm down.
I don't know. I can't
Stop,
trust
stop,
your
stop,
logical
stop
decision
it,
making.
Stop. You're repeating yourself again. Stop. At least go with a different riff of the same thing if you're going to do that. But no, let me ask you a question.
Honey, I'm hungry. Can you get me a sandwich?
Most women get really irate when a man tells them to calm down.
Calm down.
Is that true or false?
Well, I mean, this is why I like talking to you, because you don't get belligerent when
Answer my question. Do women tend to get upset?
Oh my God, dude!
And more irate when a man tells them to calm down? Yes or no? It's a simple question.
They get, I think just about anybody gets mad when you do that.
My God, it's just like anybody. You know what? That's why.
I think just about anybody gets mad when you tell somebody to calm down. It's absolutely very infuriating.
Everybody reacts the same to you.
No, I didn't say people act the same. I'm saying that people in general don't like it when they get told to calm down.
Jesus Christ! Can you ever just stick on one hypothetical question and
guys?
Answer it
Why can't you apply the generality that I need to happen that works within my paradigm worldview? Because I'm a right winger and can only think in terms of black and white.
How many conversations have you had where you've had to tell someone to calm down in general? I mean, you've been doing this debate space for a while.
I mean, people freak the fuck out. Yeah, they freak the fuck out at me. They lose they lose their mind trying to talk to me.
They lose their mind? Does
this
happen often?
Oh, yeah, they do. All the time. They lose their fucking mind, dude.
Okay. Now, can you give me 30 seconds to speak without you interrupting? Okay. By your own matrix of what you just said, right? You've been calling me this, calling me that, and telling me to calm down for like the last 2 minutes straight. I haven't gotten belligerent. I haven't started yelling and screaming at you about it. So that should prove my point that I'm not acting like the person you're saying I'm acting. Clear enough? You just said that all the other people calm down and go off and go ballistic.
Repeat that what? Somebody was talking to me in this game.
Oh, okay. we've been having this discussion, and you're sitting there telling me calm down, sweetie, and all that, and you've been doing it for a couple minutes now.
Yeah.
And then you also can see that a lot of people in these debates, when you yell when they say calm down, they go ballistic. You just said that. I haven't gone ballistic because I'm not arguing in a style like a woman, like you said.
Well, you seem to get upset at me when you say, "Oh, I would really rather you prefer that you do not call me a sweetie." I'm not a woman. I'm a man, and I said, "Well, I don't know. Are you saying that I shouldn't be sexist?" And you told me specifically to not be sexist. And then I said, okay, great. Then we could say that maybe we shouldn't be sexist to one another. And then you said, no, I think we should be sexist. So, yeah, I'm going back to being sexist to you. Yeah.
Can I ask you why all the sexism things that are negative you always post on men?
Well, because women aren't belligerent like men are in my debate platforms. They're often a lot nicer. They're a lot more emotionally cognizant. They tend to think more critically. I've observed that. Among women than I have with the men. The men, I've seen like a lot of insane MAGA-tards just completely losing their mind over just basic human rights. I mean, the Overton window has just shifted so much that I don't even know how to address these people anymore.
Are there any negative attributes that you attribute to female gender at all? Just in general.
Negative female attributes that I attribute to, periods suck.
No. I'm talking about more socially, because if you can, you can say that
definitely affects you socially. It's pretty negative. It sucks. It's not fun. Not fun to have to deal with that.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry,
it's
but this is irony here. We're arguing about whether you argue like a woman, and you brought up periods as your example.
Yeah.
You are out of your gourd, dog.
No, you asked me to come up with something that sucks for women, and I'm like, okay, here you go. Periods suck.
Periods.
They're not fun.
See, now, if you can say that in society, men are generally more violent or more belligerent, or let's just say more controlling.
Yeah.
Why can you not say that there's something in the female gender that is a negative? Do you see how your point?
Well, I did give you something that was negative.
A period is something that, again, they can't
negative.
Control.
Is it not? They can't control. Correct. It's something that's specific to women. They can't control. It's quite negative.
Everything that I named for men was something that the man can control. Correct.
Everything that you named was something that men. No, they have testosterone. They actually can't control it.
If we couldn't control ourselves, people would just punch each other all day long, man.
Wow, it turns out that is indeed what happens. That is true. That is indeed what happens.
Yes, there are people who can lose control, but it's a decision. Women don't have a decision about the period thing, okay? So what we're talking about is that the attributes you're giving to men are negative things that we can control: being belligerent, being extra violent, being controlling. What I'm asking you is that you can't find anything on the woman gender that's socially negative, can you?
Okay, well, I mean, again, periods are socially negative. It's not fun.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, try another example.
All right, let me see. What's socially negative for women?
Just
off the top of my head.
You're arguing about whether you argue like a woman and you bring up periods. Jesus Christ, it's incredible.
Well, I mean, it is socially negative, is it not?
It is socially negative.
You're in the middle of a party and you get a period. I mean, sure, it's socially negative. Periods suck. They're not fun.
Okay, so all right. Let's just put it this way: is that the only social negative you can think of with anything?
Well, I'm trying to come up. I'm trying to think about it. I'm trying to think of something that's socially negative that women do.
And see, the fact that it's taking this long to think of it shows the problem you have.
Do you think that I have a bias against men?
Oh, we already know that. I mean, you've debated that. You've already.
Well, I think so. That. Here's the thing. But I'm saying I think that there's intense, like societally speaking, there have been an intense amount of people trying to upplay the benefits of men and downplay the benefits of women and women have
Okay.
seen the brunt of that. Even today, the idea of femininity is often seen as quite negative, and then masculinity
No,
is
it's
seen
not.
as a positive. It is very often seen that way.
No, it's not. Not at all. Matter of
Well,
fact, the
yeah,
problem
kind of
is
like
that
when
there
you
isn't
say
enough.
you argue like a woman, right? Would you say, is that a positive thing or is that a negative thing? Does that have a positive connotation to you? Obviously not, right?
No, I don't think it is. No, it
Correct. It's
doesn't.
a negative connotation. So the
But
idea
wait, I want to
of being
wait. Stop for
feminine,
1 second.
that is a negative connotation, but being masculine, that's a positive connotation. And so I'm pushing back
And
against
in
that.
terms
I'm
of
pushing
what
back.
you
Stop,
can feel free.
stop. I'm pushing back against that window. I think there's a lot of things that we can be critical about as men. I think that one example of men that is often overlooked is the fact that men do tend to be more aggressive than women. That is a fact. Men have more testosterone, and as a result, often result in men creating rash actions that are often quite aggressive and quite negative to society. Wars are started because of men's egos being hurt. We can look at the war in Ukraine as a perfect example of that. It is literally because of one man's testosterone that thousands of people must die. And I think we need to acknowledge that. We need to look at those negative implications as men and realize, okay, maybe there needs to be a pushback against, masculinity just being this amazingly positive thing. I don't think it is necessarily amazingly positive. There's aspects where it can be positive, and there's aspects where it can be very negative.
Okay. Are you finished?
Yeah.
And I was listening to you, by the way. Are you finished?
Yeah.
Because you got up on the soapbox and whatnot. First of all, I've already acknowledged, because we were talking about negative traits and we brought up belligerent, aggressive, control, correct? I did bring all those up, right? Okay. So my point to you yet again is that, well, actually, I'm sorry, I have to back up because you stopped me in the middle of saying it. You said that there's an attack on femininity. Oh, I always mess this word up. Femininity. And I think it's the exact opposite. Men actually want women to be more feminine. The women who a lot of men have problems with are the ones who are cursing like a sailor, or have loose morals, or they're dressing in a very extra provocative way in a public place. That's not an attack on them being feminine. They want the old. There was demure, and there was some kind of mystery to the woman. So that's one thing that I would push back on. But back to our initial point.
What? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with a woman deciding to dress provocative. Yeah, why not? People like it.
I'll tell you why not. No, wait. You know what? People do like it.
Don't you think women are pretty? Don't you think women are pretty?
Yes, I do. I think women are lovely. Women are lovely.
Yeah,
Here's
why
the
not
problem.
just let them do what they want to do. Leave them alone.
All right.
Can a man wear a Speedo? Do you think a man should be able to wear a Speedo?
Well, number one, I'm not going to answer that because I want to rebuttal what you were just talking about.
Well, I'm just curious, just for fun. We don't have to.
Yes, of course you can.
Okay, so women can look pretty.
All right, now back to.
They can be revealing in public. There's nothing wrong with that.
You shifted. This man you were like a fucking rabbit on a track, man. Can you just focus for a moment? Okay, as far as the thing about women dressing however they like, right? I understand the positivity part of it that you're seeing, but here's where I say that your logic never really translates to the real world. If a woman can wear whatever she wants to in public, the problem is that there are bad men in public who will take advantages because they're dressed like that. You can make the argument that man might do it anyway because he's that type of person.
Do you realize that you're unironically arguing what was she wearing?
I'm not victim blaming. I'm not victim blaming.
Well, no, you are though. You are doing exactly that.
Come on, first, before you go there, I have let you speak for I know it's your show, but you just fucking did a whole speech. Chill out and let me finish a few sentences so I can get to my point.
Why does it bother you so much that I like talk and then go on tangents?
It doesn't bother me that you go on tangents, but then when your guest is trying to say something, you cut them off consistently.
I didn't
until
cut
it's
you
annoying.
off.
You did cut me off. We're talking about you cutting me off.
I don't know, you're acting very belligerent again. I don't know if I can.
All right. Now I'll admit, you actually got under my skin that time. Ooh, boy, that was very good. I'm not going to let a sword boy piss me off today. Damn, you even got me off my fucking point. Ooh, I'm irritated now. Okay. I don't know why you're trying to make this an unpleasant conversation, man. First Amendment.
Yeah.
First.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You done distracted the shit out of me, man. Damn it. I done forgot what we was arguing about.
I'm fucking dying, dude.
Damn it. Oh, shit.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, we were talking about the whole undressing thing. All right. So, again, you want a world where women can dress the way they want to and there's no repercussions, correct?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
That's based.
Now, here's the problem. Now here's the problem with what I see from that worldview, okay? Logical, real people will say that there are bad men out there. You do agree with that, right?
Yeah, well, the fault is the bad men, not the woman.
Yeah, I'm not putting the fault on anyone yet. Stop leading. Just answer the one question. So again, if we
are there
live in a
bad men
society
out there?
like that-
Yes. I don't think anybody disagrees that there are bad men. What's your point?
Yes. Okay, well, thank you for acknowledging the point that everybody agrees with, because you didn't have to say anything. You see how you're interrupting for no reason?
Then why'd you ask the question if it's like self-evident?
Oh my God, this dude. Well, actually, I had to ask it because you're the type of person who misses obvious things sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway. All right, if we live in a society where women can wear whatever they want,
Unlike you, which is
whatnot,
perfectly logical and definitely not belligerent, right?
Well, sometimes I can be belligerent, but I try to keep my logic straight.
Yeah,
anyway,
Did you vote Donald Trump?
Oh God, we're not going there. If we
just curious, I want to make sure you got your logic straight, right? You got that logic.
You're not going to deflect me from my point again, because that's the problem with you, man. Again, it's like a cat in a light, one of those little pin lights. You're just all over the place. Wow.
Do you think women should wear burqas?
Oh my God, no, not at all.
We got to avert the male gaze. You know?
The problem is, with your logic to me, yes, everyone should have the freedom to wear whatever they want to.
Yeah, wear what you want.
But you also have to realize, there you go, interrupting again. Jesus Christ, I didn't even finish one sentence. For God's sake,
I'm just adding to what you said.
Chill.
Go ahead,
I don't
keep
need
going.
you to ad-lib. I just need to get to a point, and then you can refute it, man. Just shut up for a minute. Damn. Okay. Women can wear whatever they want to in society. But you also have to realize that, again, there are these bad people out there who will take advantage of certain things. We have laws in place because there are those bad people. But at the same token, you don't want to fan the flames. If we get to a point where we say that everything is okay, it gives every degenerate person out there even more reason to be the degenerates that they are.
Right, so the Muslims are right, and we should have burqas. We could avert the male gaze and do what's right in society, right?
See, that's the problem. Most of your arguments always go to like the darkest places.
My argument is very simple, right? Women should be allowed to wear what they want to wear, and it is the men that are responsible for sexually assaulting women. It is not unto the woman. The woman can decide to wear what they want to wear. Fuck the argument that women, you gotta like meet men in the middle where women you gotta like downplay and really like not like over sexualize yourself. Fuck off. How about that? Fuck off. That's a terrible argument. That's what I believe. I believe it. I don't know. You're being very belligerent. You calm down, sweetie.
No. Actually, now I am being belligerent because not only you're twisting my argument and you're raising your voice at me. So
yeah, because it's an insane argument. Like, do you hear yourself?
As far as I know, I didn't even actually get to the end of the argument because what I'm saying is that
oh my God, dude, I've sat there and I
interrupted,
paused and listened to you speak
and interrupted.
And you got to do the silly,
ad-lib.
the silly, you have to do the silly, meta discussion as opposed to discussing what's going on. That's how I know that you have no argument. That's how I know.
How can you accuse me of a meta discussion? First, I can't even get you to get one negative attribute about the female gender. Not one, aside from
gave
theory.
you one.
Like
You're just like, well, I need a social one.
Socially. Yes, because I gave you 3 male socials. You can't give me one female social negative?
All right. How about this? I think women tend to bicker more than men do.
Okay, fair enough. We have a starting point because ours is this is all about the fact that people argue a different way gender-wise sometimes. So if I said that you were bickering a lot in this conversation, would I be a sexist?
No, I don't think so. That's not in and of itself a sexist thing.
Not everything that you attribute to some gender has to be considered a negative sexism.
So what was said to me that has sparked this debate? I just want to make sure that you remember what was said.
Yes.
What was said?
Okay, verbatim then. You asked me, let me answer you. Okay. Jim Bob said in the comments, shame, insults, and guilt. And I know that saying from Kevin Samuels, and that's a woman's way of arguing.
Okay.
In the comments, I put in, Jim, wait, let me finish. You just asked me what it was. I'm getting to it. Let me finish. Okay. I said, Jim, are you saying First Amender is arguing like a woman because he's using shame, insults, and guilt? Is it clear to you now?
Yeah, that's clear to me. Yes.
Now, the point of contention between us was that, yeah, I agree. I think you do argue like a woman a lot of times.
All right. So you're being sexist.
Okay, fine. I'll take that label.
All right, thank you.
Because I don't think that all sexist comments are like horrible.
No,
Like,
I don't like sexism just as I don't like racism, and I don't like you victim blaming.
I did not victim blame.
Or hell, even
me.
No, you did.
You're not going to put the label of victim
Wait, what's
blaming
wrong?
on me.
What's
No,
wrong?
you're
Why?
not.
Listen,
No,
sweetie, why are you getting belligerent?
No,
Calm down.
No,
calm
because
down.
You're wrong.
Calm down.
Remember how you told that that other guy that he was just flat out wrong about the gay
you're
people
freaking out.
being
You're
disordered?
freaking out.
You told him he was flat out wrong. Right now, you're flat out wrong.
Okay, I just want to get you to say sexist that there are sexist comments, that there's nothing wrong with sexist comments. I just want to I would love to hear you say that. Is there anything wrong with with saying sexist things like that? Do you think there's anything wrong with it?
It depends on what sexist thing you say. Because again, like I said, if I say
is there anything
like
wrong?
A bunch of women,
is there anything wrong?
Sometimes maybe, sometimes not. I'm sorry, but like,
well, maybe not say. Wait, where's an instance of a sexist comment where it is perfectly okay, perfectly acceptable to be sexist? Go ahead.
A woman is watching someone outside cutting the grass, and she's like, "Damn, that is a sexy man doing his job." Do you think that man would be angry about that?
No.
No, he wouldn't? Then good. There's a sexist comment that's not wrong.
How's that a sexist comment?
I just said, damn,
do you
there's
think
a man out there
sexism
doing
just
his
means
job.
sex?
Oh
like
my God,
sexy?
you're slow as fuck sometimes. Really, rewind what I just said.
I'm not following. Doesn't make any sense.
Because you're not listening. There is a man out there cutting the grass, doing his job. So, a man, he's sexy because he's out there cutting the grass, doing his job, which is his social construct.
Thinking someone is sexy is not sexist.
All of that. Wait, shut the fuck up, man. Oh, damn it. What the hell is going on here?
I don't know. You're acting belligerent. I don't know why you're telling me to shut up.
You're starting to try to get me out of my character because you're really starting to...
What do you mean? What character? Dude, I'm just talking to you.
Okay. It's like these are simple things and you're just making them so complex for no reason.
I'm trying to pull you out of the right wing kind of black and white atmosphere and getting you to think about things more. Think about it more intelligently, more critically, really reconsider. Yeah. Hey, maybe I don't want to propagate sexist positions, right? Maybe I don't want to do that, right? It just seems like a very obvious thing to do.
That's a sexist position. Okay,
No,
yes, it is.
yeah,
All right.
me going
So
against sexism is
a
sexist. All
woman
right, bro. We
complimenting
just
a
have to
man, a
we have
woman
to agree to
complimenting.
we have to agree to disagree here because you're sitting there telling
It's
me
because
that
okay,
me
wait. Okay,
pushing
one second.
against sexism is a sexist position, bro. We're on two
No, you're
completely
not
different
even. I
planets.
don't know what you're
So
talking about because you're not talking about the
I
same
do
things
want to
I
open
am.
up. I do want to open up the calls once again, but I'll go ahead and I want to give you the last word. Go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. The biggest thing that I have with your view of reality is that you see that everything is sexist is bad, and it isn't. If a woman finds a man attractive because he's outside in the sun cutting the grass, there's nothing wrong with that, and she can make a sexist comment about that if he doesn't mind that. You're so caught up in your mind frame of what should be negative, what isn't negative, that you're clutching your pearls and you never actually talk about reality and how real people react to things. Oh, and also, I think you're wrong on the whole hate speech should be crime thing, which I'll call back and debate you another day on.
All right. Good talk.
All right, First Amender. Have a good day.
See ya. Rain says, damn, this person is a full sent idiot. Really thinks mentioning that someone is attractive is sexist. True. I didn't call it an idiot, but I think that seemed kind of weird. Like I was like, what? Anyway, the phone calls are open. 202-998-5218. I do want to hear what you guys have to say. So let's hear the discussions. Let's have the calls. Do you disagree? Do you agree with the soy boy liberal? Fuck, it's like 1:00 and I gotta make some food. Can I AWOL thoughts? Calm down, sweetie. Bro. Let's not make that a meme. I only put that in because that they were being sexist and they were okay with sexism. So I decided to be sexist back and he didn't like it. And so that's the point of that. Anyway. I'm going to make a sandwich so we can continue streaming because I'm having fun. This is great. This is good stuff. I'm going to just be right back real quick. So just hang tight. I appreciate y'all very much. Give me like, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. I'm just going to grab some food and I'll come right back up and we'll continue. Okay. Oh, it's because I'm muted. It's because I was muted. Yes. We are taking phone calls, 202-998-5218. If you want to call in, let's call in. Let's have the debate. Let's have the discussion. I want to hear out your argument. Think there's something wrong about? I'd love to hear it. Now, what I was just saying, I got pork chops. I'm eating pork chops. I wanted to have like rice and something with it, but I did not make rice. I was out of rice. I got to make more. But let's not harass AWOL thoughts, though. Let's be nice to AWOL. I was being really mean to him, to be fair. Just giving him a little razzing, you know? A little bit of a razz. Bobo says, that's like the stupidest thing to get angry over. What, saying sweetie? Challenging a man's masculinity, especially if they're a Republican, they definitely get mad over that. What? I'm not gay. Anyway, so I was just saying, isn't it incredible that we have an animal that exists out there where you feed them an apple and it converts it to bacon? Can we just acknowledge that that's a thing? AWOL Thought says, well, I think is you as someone who's so obsessed with people being called by their right identities and what they identify as can be offended by a gay man calling me sweetie. You're missing the entire point as to why I did that. The point being, you were okay with sexism until the sexism was pushed onto you. Then you were not okay with it. CBJ says, what do you think about men and women's sports? Should I call? Sure. I'm very pro trans women in women's sports. You can call it. Pork chop. We'll be playing more Stalker in a moment. I need to get something to eat. And I must say, this pork chop is very tasty. I do got to hand it to AWOL in the sense that they do listen to me, which is cool. Pumpkin says, apple to bacon. Real alchemy. It really is. I mean, it's like, it tastes so good. You just give them an apple. Out comes bacon, bro. Bruh. CBJ says, I will call in about 5 minutes. You're making me hungry. Apologies. It's lunchtime. I don't know what to tell you. Gotta eat something. My favorite part. My favorite part about pork chops is where you could just like gnaw on the bone. That's the best part. I feel so bad for Islamic people. You know? I feel so bad because they never get to experience pork. And pork is amazing. I almost feel like eating this whole pork chop just like this, just whatever. I don't need a fork and knife. I'm just going to eat it. Rain says, "You are sick, Amender. Torturing us like this." I know this pork, I'm sorry, I feel bad for Islamic people. I really do. I feel bad. I'm like, they will never get to experience what wonderful flavor pork brings. I gotta bring up the neurological study of left-wing and right-wing thinkers. It's really funny. I'll pull it up. That'll be a good read. Bobro says, "AWOL, you're the obtuse one getting upset over being called sweetie and not understanding that he is only doing that because you claim sexism is good and they get upset when sexism is used on you." Yes. That's exactly what I did. Oh my God. Rain just said the most amazing thing ever. Rain just said pork belly chicharron. Chicharron is so good. I love chicharron, but also it's terrible for your health. So I don't really order chicharron that much, but I love chicharron. Pumpkins, that's so messed up. Pumpkin said, "I had a Muslim friend that used to raid my fridge. One day I had pork loin in there. He asked me if it was chicken. I said yes. He ate the entire thing, saying how good it is." Oh no, bro. Dude, that is so evil. Now he's going to hell for eternity. You have to eat from the tree of Zakum or whatever the fuck. I'm not aware of any good parts of sexism, AWOL. By the way, the phone call's open. 202-998-5218. I do want to have a discussion. But I also want to pull up that study. I made sure he knew it was pork when he was finished. Wow, was he angry. Yeah. To be fair, as an atheist, I would not be that mean to them. Why doesn't he open the door for everyone? I open the door for everyone. Why not? Men like doors open for them too. What if they're carrying a lot? Doesn't have to be man or woman. Anyway, hold on. I'm gonna wash my hand. I'm gonna have some yogurt, and then we're gonna pull up that study. All right. Yogurt. Chobani. I got Chobani yogurt. Bubblegut says, it's crazy that there are people that would rather live in a world where slavery is legal but abortion is not. Dude. I could not believe that. AWOL Thoughts says, is chivalry sexist? Some of it is. Some of it is. There's some aspects of chivalry that I'm not a fan of. Yeah, like, I don't believe, like, women are damsels in distress, for example. Like, are women just incapable of helping themselves? It's sexist, and I don't agree with that. Sexism also, by its very metric, implies a negative connotation. If it were positive, it probably wouldn't be seen as sexist. Like, I don't know, like men paying for the first date. It's just a politeness thing. But if a woman told me, like, oh, I want to pay, I'd be like, okay, no problem. I want to make a big deal of it. No, I don't think holding a door open for women is sexist. Because, again, it kind of implies a negative connotation. Damn, AWOL is getting some brunt in the chat. Rain saying, why don't you answer the question instead of spinning off like an idiot, AWOL? Thoughts? No, that's like a matter of like accessibility. I've seen women that can move furniture around. And it says, by your argument, I helped an old lady put furniture in her car because I see her struggling. Yeah, it's just like an accessibility thing. That would be the case if it were an old man. I gotta pull up this study. I do. I think it'll be really fun. Women need to start holding the door open too. They do. Women, they do. They do hold open doors. Has that never happened to you where a woman holds open a door for you? Has that really never happened to you? You can't think of a single example? All right. Let's pull up that neurological study of the right-wing, left-wing thinking. It's really funny. Ooh, we're getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hi, this is CBJ.
Hi, CBJ. How you doing? How you doing, buddy?
Hold on. Can't hear you. Hold on.
Yeah, no, it's because I was away from my microphone. You should be able to hear me. How you doing?
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I got you. Not too bad. Yeah, I was just wanting to get your input on the transgender men and women sports.
Yeah. So initially, I was like in the realm that like, hey, because trans men have a natural, like they would naturally be stronger than biological women, and I was effectively against it on that ground. However, as I thought about it more, I started to think, well, what does it mean when someone has, say, a genetic advantage going into sports? For example, do there exist women that have excess testosterone that crush in their sport? The answer is yes, that does exist. Do I think it would be appropriate for the sporting agencies to say, hey, biological woman that has excess testosterone, you must be forced to change your body in a way in order that you do not want in order to participate? I'm talking about like women with like intersex conditions. Are you following?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah,
I'm not really like talking about intersex conditions.
I know. We're talking about trans people. I'm saying
Yeah.
what brought me to my conclusion that trans women ought be included in sports. Okay. So
Gotcha. Okay.
So in the regards of the intersex person, I was like, well, it kind of doesn't make any sense to kind of like be like, oh, you're excluded because you have excess testosterone. And so,
well, even if you're intersex, you're still designated as a male or female.
Yeah, I mean, it just depending on what external genitalia you have, but there do exist, for example, women who have vaginas.
Well.
Hold on, women who have vaginas that they have, for example, instead of ovaries, they have functional testicles inside their body. They don't have like a ball sack. They just have functional testicles where there would normally be ovaries. And let's be honest, they do really, really well in their prospective sport. There have, however, been regulations that say, okay, you can't have this condition and compete. You know, like you have too much testosterone. You have to lower your testosterone to be that of other women in order to compete. I don't find that to be like morally tolerable, because we have lots of instances where people have genetic like advantages, like very clear genetic advantages. A good example of this, of somebody with a
people work out and spend a lot of time working out, and some
well, no,
people
it's not.
spend a
It's
lot
not.
of money.
Well, it's not just
You know what I
that.
mean?
It's definitely not just that. There's like, take for example, you could have like Shaq, for example. Shaq is bigger and taller than almost everyone on that field. As a result,
like,
they're like
Jack,
super
Stephen
good.
Curry, but
they're
still
super
able to play in the same sport.
Yeah. So
because
this
they're
is,
both.
But this is what I'm talking about, is that for whatever reason, on this particular instance, we have a problem with the genetic anomaly. But in other instances of genetic anomalies like Usain Bolt or Michael Phelps or Shaq, perfectly acceptable in our minds. And I'm like, okay, well, then the reality is that this has to do with like our concern with just sexism, right, in general.
Hold on. They actually do differentiate that in a lot of sports, like boxing. They have weight classes and things like that. So they do regulate that in a lot of sports.
Sure.
I mean, just look at Fallon Fox.
But it still has people with genetic advantages. My point is that there exist people with clear genetic advantages over other people in sports. We often celebrate those genetic advantages, but in the instance of someone with an intersex condition, we will restrict them under the basis that they have too much testosterone being in a women's sport. But
Yes,
but
out
it's not
will
like that they're
cause
controlling.
testosterone.
No, it's not working out. I'm saying they have testicles. They have internal testicles.
Yes, you're also wrong about that.
No, I'm not wrong about that. You can look up Castor Semenya as a very good example of this. I'm not wrong about that.
They're taking people out for use. They're not taking people out for testosterone.
They are.
People out for
they did with
HGH.
Castor Semenya. They said that she couldn't compete because she had excess testosterone and she was getting gold because she just performatively, in terms of her running, was far ahead of the other women. And the reason why was because she had excess testosterone. But they were perfectly okay with discriminating against Castor Semenya, who was perfectly happy with her body. We actually don't know whether or not she has XY or XX chromosomes. The point is that she has an intersex condition. She has a vagina.
You can look it up right now.
She has a vagina. And I believe that she should be able to compete just fine. And so then I extend that out into trans women as well. There's also the fact that being trans women in sports is a greatly overblown consideration. A lot of people don't even consider just how many people are even in sports as a trans individual. Like all sports, like all of it. I mean, every single sport from K to professional, there's about 200 people. We are outraged.
Been over 1,000.
Over 200 people.
Medals. There's been over 1,000 medals taken away from biological women.
Let me look that up.
Yeah, please.
I don't know what exactly. Let's see here. So it says there's a United Nations Special Rapporteur of Violence Against Women and Girls reporting that March 30th, 2024, 600 female athletes had lost more than 890 medals in more than 400 competitions across 29 sports to biological males competing as women.
Yeah.
Hmm?
That's an older one, but yeah, 890 there.
Yeah.
Imagine how many, 890 medals. Imagine how
out
many
of all
girls
sports.
Lost 890
also, just
medals
FYI, trans women
do
consist.
people,
Just FYI,
hundreds
just
of women.
calm down. Calm down.
Wait, no.
Calm down.
You're not
just so
letting me
you're
talk
aware.
here.
Just so you're aware that you're talking about 800 medals overall, and just FYI, trans women do lose to biological women in sports. So I'm a little lost as to what's the concern.
No, they do not.
They do.
Overwhelmingly, they do not.
Wrong.
And,
you need to Google that. You don't know what you're talking about. I know what I am talking about. I have done this. I have done this research before.
I know, me too. I'm kind of an activist on this.
An activist against trans people?
Huh?
An activist against trans people
on,
being able to involve themselves in women's sports?
No, I'm a veteran who was who did boxing, and so I
you did boxing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, have you heard about Fallon Fox?
Fallon Fox?
Yeah.
Yes.
That doesn't sound like you did.
I've heard about her
yeah.
before, but I mean, you'll have to remind me a bit.
Yeah, she's the UFC fighter who, a biological woman went into a cage and got her face.
Oh, you're talking about the face injury?
Yeah.
You're aware that happens in biological sports, right? Like when they're biological, those are common injuries.
Well, punching people.
Yeah, that's a part of the common. Yeah, it's a common injury that occurs even in the women's division.
Are you saying that it's okay for men to hit women?
I'm saying that trans women should be able to compete in sports, which would include UFC fighting.
So I actually agree with you. I'm kind of more on like Andrew Wilson's side on this. Like
Andrew Wilson is a nightmare. I would not follow him for anything.
Well, no, on this one, I'm kind of on his side. Like, you asked for it. If you want to get fucked up, then shit, I guess.
Yeah, it's just
and they have been.
Yeah, it's just the
like,
hate ideology as usual.
People get hospitalized, and yeah.
Yeah, it's hate ideology as usual. Again, like there are biological women that fight against biological women that get crushed in sports. And then they get injured. That's literally a part of this.
Do they usually end up in hospital visits?
They can.
But do they?
That's not unheard of. That happens. That happens among biological women, does it not? So, like, the whole argument of this is just to be hateful towards trans people.
On biological women, no, it does not.
That never happens.
Yes,
so if I pulled up instances of hospitalizations that occurred in the USC, that I will not find a single instance of biological women fighting one another that lead to hospitalization.
Look it up.
All right.
I mean, it's let me know when you found it.
Sure thing. Yes, there's many. Zhang Weili versus Joanna Zhang Weili versus Joanna Jędrzejczyk. I don't know how to say that. It was one of the most brutal fights in UFC history. It took place in March of 2020. Strawweight competitors Zhang Weili and Joanna were immediately taken to the local hospital after a 5-round war. Joanna had a severe facial swelling, a massive hematoma resulting from intense exchanges. Despite their injuries, neither suffered long-term serious damage, but they were taken to the hospital. Ming Shi versus Zhao Kong Feng. This is a road to UFC in Macau.
Hold on. Look up their chromosomes.
Look up their chromosomal makeup?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's there. Was that in the UFC or?
Yeah, she has XX. Zhang Weili has XX chromosomes. Joanna chromosomes had.
Okay, yeah, I think she does.
XX
too,
chromosomes, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so they both have XX
right,
chromosomes, and then they went to the hospital. Yeah, you really believe that women are incapable of sending each other to the hospital if they fight hard enough? Of course they would.
Oh, my God. No, of course not.
Well, you said that doesn't happen, and then I brought up an instance where it does happen. There's other instances, by the way. There's plenty. Ming Shi versus Zhao Kong Feng, the road to UFC in Macau. What's wrong? I mean, you could at least agree that hospitalizations do occur across with biological women involved, right? It does happen. Okay.
Women can hospitalize other women. Is that what you want me to agree with?
Yes.
Okay, sure. I agree with that.
Great.
Women can
Fabulous.
hospitalize
Love it.
other women. Now, how effectively can they do it is what the issue is.
How effectively? What do you mean how effectively?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Fallon Fox knocked her out in one hit.
Yeah, that happens in women. That also happens in women's divisions.
That does not happen in
yes, it does.
Division,
it can happen.
What I was fucking getting to.
That does happen. That can happen.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. Do I have to come up with another example? Do I have to come up with find another example for you?
Yeah, yes, you will.
All right.
Hold on. Let me talk real quick. So, you will not find a woman whose face shattered within 30 seconds of a fight without them being a male.
Let me look.
That's my point. I don't know why you keep saying, like, oh, well, if a woman keeps
Yeah, no,
punching
what
people
we
in
do,
the face,
what we
you
do,
can
by the
have
way, just
all-
FYI, you're doing a thing where you call moving the goalpost after you got proven wrong. Now it's got to be a one punch knockout. Jermaine de Remini versus Aspen Ladd, which is the fastest KO in women's UFC history. It was a devastating one-punch knockout in 16 seconds into the fight, tying the record for the fastest knockout of UFC women's bantamweight history.
Are you done?
There's more. We've got Priscilla Cachoeira versus Josia Nunez. We got Jessica Andrade versus Carolina Kowalkiewicz. We have Amanda Nunes versus Chris Cyborg. All right. Well, you said no. You're moving the goalpost again, dude.
No, I said I'm not talking.
You said I've never heard of a situation where and then like what? Do I got to then look up each one of these one punch knockouts where it does result in a shattered face, and then what? Then what? Would you be okay? Hold on. I just want to be clear. I just shut up. Shut up. All right. I have to mute you. All right. Let's try it one more time. If I found a single example of a biological woman and another biological woman, one punch knockout, shattered face, would you say trans women should be able to be included if I found that for you? Go ahead.
That is not what I said.
What did you say?
Would you like me to clarify it?
Clarify it, yeah.
Okay. So, in the first round of a fight, you are not going to find some biological woman shattering another woman's face in UFC. You can find that with a biological man versus a woman in UFC.
All right. So I'm asking you this. If I found a situation where a biological woman versus a biological woman in the first round of a fight, shattering another woman's face in the UFC, would you agree that trans women should be included in sports?
Yeah, I would definitely be a lot more. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me see if I can find it. Amanda Nunes versus Chris Cyborg. That was UFC 232, 2018. Nunes landed a crushing overhand right early, wobbling Cyborg, and then swarmed with follow-up shots. Cyborg's face was visibly battered within the opening minute, and the fight was waved off.
Battered doesn't mean shattered. I said shattered. Broken bones.
Okay.
Meaning they shattered her skull and jaw.
Jessica Andrade versus Carolina.
Shattered, not battered.
Shut up. Jessica Andrade versus Carolina Kowalkiewicz. That was UFC 228 in 2018. The KO was in first round. Andrade uncorked a monstrous right hook that landed flush on Kowalkiewicz's jaw. Carolina crumpled instantly and needed medical attention. The shot was so clean that commentary at the time had said that it was a face-shattering power.
Face-shattering power doesn't mean a shattered jaw.
Dude, I don't know what else to tell you, man. I gave you empirically exactly what you wanted, and you will not be convinced otherwise.
Oh, okay, all right. dude, I've been in boxing. I've had.
You said it doesn't fucking happen, but it does. You said it doesn't fucking happen, but it does.
It doesn't.
I literally just gave you an example where it does.
You did not.
All right, we gotta agree to disagree. I don't know what else to tell you, my dude. I don't know what else to tell you, my dude. We're in two different realms of imagination. Go be a transphobe elsewhere. Nice talking to you. I'll give you the last word.
Hold on.
Go ahead. You get the last word.
I respect you, and I do think that you should keep doing what you're doing, and I do respect discourse. And I actually think you do provide a useful service and thing like that. You are very smart. So yeah, that's all.
If I were you, I would rethink why, and think very carefully, why is it that trans women should not be included in sports? And I find very commonly that people get upset saying that they are too strong, when the reality is that you're talking about a very tiny difference, of which can be completely mitigated if, for example, a woman possessed intersex conditions.
Would you? All right. Last question. I'm sorry. Would you be okay with a transgender league?
No, I don't believe that there's enough transgenders even in sports to even have a league. It's not possible. If there were enough transgender people, I wouldn't be against it. The problem is there just physically isn't enough transgender people. So I have to ask myself, I want transgender people to be included in society, not excluded. And so then my question becomes, what should I do to include them? Where should they go?
Yeah. No, I get that. I mean, that's the only reason that I'm kind of about this. But
I was squirrely about it too when I first thought about it, and then as time went on, and more research became a thing. You start to research people with intersex conditions, and it's like, holy shit! Why do we discriminate against these intersex people? They didn't do anything to deserve that. And it's like, we celebrate all sorts of genetic anomalies. And I gave you examples of genetic anomalies. We're perfectly okay with those genetic anomalies. But for whatever reason, when it comes to trans people, we just have a problem.
Well, so even with the trans people, even if you're on the hormones, you only the differential is 15%.
Well, exactly. This is what I'm saying. It's like, it's not a big difference between one and the other. And it's like, if you believe that intersex people should be able to compete, if you believe that intersex people,
65%.
Listen, if you believe that intersex people ought be able, if you believe that intersex people ought be able to compete, then it would logically follow that trans people ought be able to compete.
Sure, they should.
That trans people ought to be able to compete?
Make it safe for everybody around. And right now, it's not.
Yeah, I don't want to ban trans people from sports. I think it's wrong.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, right now, 1 in 10 to 20, 1 in 10 to 20 believe that they're non-binary to transgender.
Well, I'm sorry, repeat that?
So, between 1 and 10 to 20 people believe that they're transgender or non-binary.
You think 1 in 10 people believe that they are trans or non-binary?
Not only anecdotally, I can prove it scientifically.
No, that's empirically false. You're off by a factor. You're off by literally a factor of 10.
Oh,
it's less than 1%.
10 to 20. Yeah.
It's like 1 in 100.
That's what I said. Yeah.
No, you said 1 in 10.
Oh, okay. I meant 10 to 20.
Yeah. And then even less actually want to even get involved in sports. Very few actually want to get involved. It's a very rare person when you're talking about sports. Women in and there's a reason why. There's a biological explanation. Women typically are not naturally competitive. Men tend to be more competitive, and they like the more rough and tumble of play, whereas women typically do not do that. I'm not saying that women don't do that. I'm saying that it's not typical. And so you would be talking about an intensely rare individual where they would be interested in sports. There's also the fact that like transitioning and being a trans person,
that's like Leah Thomas.
In society, being a trans person it has substantial negative social consequences. People lose their family, they lose their friends, they lose their job prospects. There's all sorts of things that happen when someone. Hold on. There's all sorts of things. That's all sorts of things that happen, and I guarantee you, trans women are not going out of their way to join a sports just so they can get a trophy. Like, it's just not the case. They just want to be included in society.
I actually know a couple of conservative people that have done it just to prove a point. So, I mean, you're wrong on both sides. Like, liberals are doing it.
You're telling me a
to,
conservative
get the
specifically went into women's sports as a trans person? In order to prove that look, see, I'm dominating sports.
There was a power lifter. There was a
who's that? Why don't you pull up their name? What's their name? What was her name?
Hold on. There was Laurel Hubbard. There's Janae Marie Krozaleski.
Let's pull up Laurel Hubbard.
Sure.
Let's see here. So you're saying that this person specifically got into weightlifting to prove that she's going to crush? Is the hormone therapy part of that and gender transition? Because she began doing that around 2012.
Hold on. There's one in 2023. Avi Silverberg.
No. We're stuck on Laurel Hubbard.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was the wrong one. That's not the one.
Who do I look up?
Avi Silverberg. AVI Silverberg.
All right, let's look up Avi Silverberg.
Sorry, that was my fault. I got the wrong one.
Where are you getting that they attempted to present themselves as trans? Avi Silverberg.
Are you kidding?
Where did he come?
He was in Canada.
I can't find any information that Avi Silverberg identified himself as transgender in order to attempt to present himself as trans in order to compete.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He's just a male powerlifter.
Yes, who identified as a trans woman to get the trophy.
I think what Avi did is that he was a male powerlifter who registered in the women's 84 kilogram category and completed a bench press of 167 kilograms, which exceeded the existing women's record. And he never claimed to be transgender. He used a loophole. He used a loophole in the division to show that the policy could be exploited.
You're fucking joking, right?
I'm not joking.
You're kidding. So he used some loophole that nobody knows of, that he could be
compete in the women's division.
Yeah. So he knew of a loophole that nobody else knows of that made a man compete in a women's division.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're saying?
So, like...
So a man can compete in a women's division, is what you're saying? There's no loophole like that.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he was just doing this to kind of prove a point, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. To prove a point.
Okay, so then what? Like, you should have some level of identification. Amazing, we did it.
What?
We should have some level of identification, sure. For powerlifting, why not?
Okay, so now you agree with me that you should be identified as a man or a woman.
Well, they just self-identified, but specifically, I mean, if you want there to be hormone therapy, I mean, just so you're aware, right? That trans women do already apply hormone therapy when they're going into sports.
You
so
can't bring
I'm just a little lost as to
thing into it.
Well, they do currently in the IPF guidelines. They require trans women to show that testosterone suppression for at least 12 months before competing, which I'm not against.
Yeah, that only reduces about 15% of their efficacy. That's literally like
that would be the difference
compared to what.
And then as opposed to what women who have excess testosterone, they would have the same situation.
No, you are so wrong about that.
I'm not wrong about that.
Do you know what VO2 max is?
You should look up what a you need to look up what are the performance gains of intersex individuals. I'm telling you, you're wrong about this.
I have, and
you don't know what you're talking about then.
Oh, okay.
Because I've done a lot of reading on this.
Max is? Do you know what lean muscle is? Which is hello.
Hello?
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 What?
Hello?
Hello?
Who's this?
It's me, First Amender.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
What's going on?
I mean, do you, like, VO2 max, do you know what that is?
No.
You don't?
No.
All right, so it's ventricular ocular mass. Oh, like it's the how quickly your oxygen flows through your blood.
Okay.
It's yeah. Who is this?
First Amender.
Oh, all right.
Are you okay?
Yeah. No, it's just like sorry, my phone changed. So there's also lean muscle. I mean,
are you aware
so
that there are women that have the testosterone of males from birth?
That does not make a difference. If
it does, because they, by all intents and purposes, would have the body of a man. Everything of what you're saying, the increased bone density, the increased lung capacity, the increased strength, the increased muscle mass. Yes, that is true. Yes.
No, it's not. Where the fuck did you fucking learn this? Oh my god.
Look at Castor
that's in
Semenya.
no
Is this a
way,
man
shape,
or a woman?
Form true.
Look at Castor Semenya. Is that a man or a woman?
Look at. Sorry, you freaking up.
Castor Semenya. They were born with an intersex condition that had them have the same amount of testosterone of that of a man. Their body effectively looks of that of a man because they've had men testosterone their entire life. They, however, have a vagina.
Yeah.
Right? So all of the performance increases that would
I'd
exist.
be able to tell that by looking at her.
You think that's
she doesn't have a fucking. She's got no fucking Adam's apple. She's got fucking she's got like.
You're not understanding. All of the benefits that they would have as a man is there. You say it wouldn't be there. It is there. They have the muscle capacity. They have the greater bone density. They have the greater lung capacity.
No.
All of that is present within Castor Semenya. That's why Castor Semenya consistently got gold in the championship, in the Olympic championship. Holy crap, dude. I don't know what else to tell you.
Every scientist disagrees with you.
I'm giving you the No, you're wrong. You're wrong about this.
Really?
Yes, correct. You're wrong about this.
Find the scientist.
I'm going to once again give you the last word, and then I'm done. I'm done.
All right. I appreciate it. I just hope that you do the research to look up how effective the hormones and therapy that it is when transgenders go from woman to man. It is not very effective.
It is effective. And I am aware that there exists still, like, even if well, first of all, it depends on whether or not it's pre-puberty or post-puberty. If you are going through pre-pubertal hormone blockers and then HRT, hormone replacement therapy, then they would have effectively the same as a they would effectively have the same as a bio, in terms of strength, the same as a biological woman. Pre-pubertal. However, if under a post-pubertal, there remains. That's wrong. Under a post-pubertal, there remains a roughly 8 to 9% strength difference. However, the problem that I have with that argument that because then they should not be able to compete. The problem that I have with that is that it ultimately results in, but there exist women with intersex conditions that have the same exact advantages. They can compete.
The 8 to 9%.
We have to leave it on. We agree to disagree. Again, I'm giving you the last word. Go ahead.
The 8 to 9% strength disparity goes from when they started to when they ended, not where women are.
Was that the last of what you had?
That's all I got to say.
All right. Yeah, that's not what that study says, but okay. Thank you.
That's exactly what it says.
Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking transphobes, dude. Transphobes. I think I got time for one caller. One more caller? Should we get one more caller? Should we call it? I don't know. I'm still playing this game. I'm having fun. There's all sort of, I don't know where those enemies are at. I can't find them. Bubble Guts says you should not be allowed to take any hormones or performance-enhancing drugs while competing. Well, you be rest your pretty little head, because the hormones that trans women are taking are performance dehancers. I'm more interested in what you guys were talking about earlier. Big guy, Russian guys, polar bears, fighting trans in the UFC. Okay. What? Where are they? I can't see them. Oh, shit. I see one. I think I see one. Hello? Where are they? We're taking calls. 202-988-5218. Bro, where is this? got one. Jesus. Bro, they're so good at shooting me. I can't see them. So annoying. There we go, got one. Shit. Got killed. There are already regulations for testosterone in male and female athletes. Yeah. I mean, there's like a level, I think, where it's like, where would it be appropriate versus inappropriate? I kind of get stuck on like one example was like specifically with Caster Semenya. They wanted to like force her to like lower her testosterone to that of the other females, but she was actually comfortable with her body. She did not want her body to be changed. And I'm just like, why do we discriminate based on this one rule? Like, it's really, really at the end of the day, it just comes down to, it's just transphobia. Like, it's just like, hey, I just don't want trans people to compete in sports. Let's face it. I mean, none of these people even watch women's sports. They don't care. They never cared. They just want to hate trans people. I believe that. I do. We do have time for one more call. 202-998-5218. Oh, wait, that's right. That study, the neurological study. Oh, my God. We got to pull it up. Hold on. Let me find it. By the way, if you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a really tiny YouTuber, so any amount is fabulous. We're on the road to 1,000 subs. Let's go. Let me see here. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes. Hold on. I have to find this. Hold on. Yes. Yes. Yes, this ought to be good. All right. And just for fun, let's play some Vivaldi while we listen to this, because it's this is hilarious. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. Is political ideology correlated with brain structure, a pre-registered replication? We revisit the hypothesis that conservatism positively correlates with the amygdala and negatively with the anterior cingulate cortex gray matter volume. Using diverse measures of ideology in a large representative sample, Amsterdam Open MRI collection number 928, we replicate a small positive relationship between the amygdala volume and conservatism. However, we fail to find consistent evidence in support of the ideology of ACC volume link. Using a split sample strategy, we conducted exploratory whole brain analysis on half of the data, pre-registered the findings, and then conducted subsequent confirmatory tests that additionally highlight peak positive associations between right fusiform gyri and conservatism. This is the largest pre-registered replication study in context of the political neuroscience. By Dutch as opposed to Britain or American data, we also extended amygdala conservatism linked to a multi-party, multi-dimensional political context. We discussed the implications for future investigations of neural substrates of ideology. All right. So, largest sample used in political neuroscience. Progressive conservative social identity. Progressive conservative social identity. So no differences in the anterior singular were recorded between levels of conservatism in contrast to the original study. The difference of the right amygdala volume was replicated, an effect of 3 times smaller compared to the original study. Amygdala size. What is the amygdala used for? Let's see here. It is crucial for fear and threat detection. It is a triggering of a fight or flight response and helps you react to threats before you consciously think about them. It is attached with emotional learning and memory. It attaches emotional significance to memories so you can remember things that are frightening, rewarding, or stressful. For example, if you touch a hot stove, the fear and pain encoded strongly because of the amygdala. Social and emotional behavior. They play a role in reading facial expressions, recognizing emotion in others, and influencing social interactions. The amygdala activates the hypothalamus and other brain regions to release stress hormones like cortisol. The amygdala acts like brain's emotion detector and alarm system, especially for fear and threat, while helping link emotions to memories. Oh, God. So, if you have a larger amygdala, it results in you, what? Basically having like a stronger fight or flight response regarding threats? Great. All right, let's keep going. Do liberals and conservatives behave and think fundamentally different? This debate is an ongoing disagreement regarding ideological differences in negativity biases, cognitive rigidity, risk-taking, and impulsivity. Underlying these differences is a fundamental claim published in Current Biology that liberals and conservatives have identifiable differences in brain morphology. Specifically, Kanai et al. Were the first to demonstrate that compared to liberals, conservatives show a larger volume in gray matter in the right amygdala, a region that plays a critical role in processing negative, averse human emotions like sadness, fear, and threat, and less gray matter in the anterior cingulate cortex, a region linked to error monitoring, belief updating, and affect regulation. Oh, good. Oh, good. So they have less gray matter in an area for determining errors, updating beliefs, and affecting regulation. Great. The study by Kanai et al. Used magnetic resonance imaging to investigate anatomical differences of the function of conservatism. The study sample consisted of UK University College students with a middle to upper class background who were accompanied by a small replication study and another participants in the same pool. Participants indicated their political orientation from 1, very liberal, to 5, very conservative. All right, type in chat. From 1 to 5, how conservative are you? 1 being very liberal and 5 being very conservative? Where are you at? I'm a 1. I typed a 1 in chat. 1. I'm a 1. Period. What are you at? Tell me. 1 to 5. What is your level of conservatism? I want to hear it. However, there were no very conservative participants in the sample. The analysis were limited to the range of 1 to 4. Socioeconomic and demographic information and distribution of political orientation scores were not reported in the paper. Notably, the study of Kanai et al. Was first documented to report focusing on morphological differences in gray matter volume between liberals and conservatives. Pumpkin says 3. As such, it is originally drawn as scholarly attention. Hannah Nam et al. Conducted a conceptual replication of Kanai et al. Hypothesis, correlation between gray matter volume political ideology, with 2 independent samples of Caucasian U.S. college students, adding a general system of justification scale as measured of perceived fairness, legitimacy, and justifiability of prevailing social system. Interestingly, though the system justification was positively correlated with gray matter volume of the bilateral amygdala, and more so in the diverse sample, self-reported ideology was not a significant predictor of amygdalar volume. All right, let's see here. Let's see. All right. This is great. This is just art. Current study. Okay, results. We first replicate two main findings from the Kanai et al. Using OLS regression, and we find a significant positive effect of social identity scale on the amygdala volume. Figure 2i plots relationship. Progressive versus conservative identity. Amygdala social identity versus ACC. What's ACC again? Anyway, let's... In some, we particularly replicate the Kanai et al. Findings. Should it be noted, however, that our effect size is only a third of the one originally reported in the study by Kanai et al. Average amygdala volume and social identity by party. That's crazy. Jokey says 16 viewers. Damn. First Amender's blowing up. I've had times where I've had like 200. It just depends on the day. Figure 2C displays the means of social identity and amygdala volume per party. This figure confirms that voters of progressive parties such as D66 and Groen Links have an average less gray matter volume in the amygdala region. The voters of more conservative parties have more gray matter volume in this region. SGB voters do not fit this pattern, which is most likely due to a small sample. Figure 2b also confirms the importance of taking into account multidimensionality. The economically radical left social policy has socially conservative voters and, on average, more gray matter in the amygdala. This sets them apart from other parties like GL and PVDA and are typically seen as left-wing. The Christian Union is economically centrist, but deeply social conservative voters, also fitting the pattern of more gray matter in the amygdala. Again, this distinguishes this party from other parties as identified in the center-right and unidimensional scale. Alternative operationalizations of socio-ideology and analysis of economic identity or ideology fail to identify a relationship with the amygdala or ACC volume. Man. It falls into place. It does. Imagine being a conservative, right? There you are. And you're like, man, I'm so worried about these immigrants coming into my country and stealing my job. I'm so worried about them committing crimes in my country. I'm so worried. God, it really is. It really just stems from fear. Like, Rain says liberals have bigger, better brains. They, in terms of like assessing fear as well as addressing their ability to change their mind, we're better at that. But apparently conservatives have like a very strong fear response. They're afraid. They're afraid, everyone. I'm so curious. This is amazing. This is an amazing paper. What? Fear? What does that even mean? Yeah, they're like more afraid. Like they have a larger amygdala volume, which allows them to process fear. There's also apparently portions of the brain. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. I was looking for it. Hold on. I gotta find it. I had it here. Yes. So they have more gray matter in the right amygdala region, which plays a critical role in processing negative, aversive human emotions like sadness, fear, and threat. And they have less gray matter in the anterior cingulate cortex, which is a region that is linked to error monitoring, belief updating, and affect regulation. So they're worse at handling errors. They are worse at updating their beliefs. And they are worse at affect regulation. What is affect regulation? Hold on. It's an ability to manage and control your emotions. So, right-wingers are worse at regulating their emotions. They're worse at updating their beliefs. And they're worse at error monitoring. It all falls into place, ladies and gentlemen. This is an incredible study. For anybody who wants to see the study for yourself, here it is. How much you want to bet that right-wingers sit there and say, see, we have a bigger brain? This is thank you for this. This is a great study. Scuzzle says, because the most amount of people are Chinese and Indian, so how many of them are in this study? I don't know. It's 928 healthy volunteers with a mean age of 22.86 and 52% of females who were recruited between 2010 and 2012. Is this not interesting? How interesting this is. Ideology in the amygdala. Let's read this. The amygdala is an almond-like structure located deep in the cerebral hemispheres of all vertebrates. In human adults, the amygdala contains approximately 13 million neurons. Based on its cytoarchitecture, the amygdala consists of 6 distinctive subregions, some of which have been previously linked to the regulation of mood and internal states. For instance, the basolateral complex and the central medial group contain crucial subnuclei for processing pain sensitivity and emotional and social experiences, while dysfunctions to certain subregions have been linked to several psychiatric disorders. The amygdala is a highly complex organ comprising a cluster of at least 13 nuclei in the rostral temporal lobe and are primarily involved in processing of negative stimuli like threats and regulated associated emotions like sadness, uncertainty, rage, and fear, and this is efficiently serving as cognitive and social adaptations to environmentally salient events. Although the amygdala is part of the limbic system, an evolutionary old brain region, its structure and function are subject to developmental changes from adolescence to adulthood, as well as to situational factors such as chronic stress exposure. Research shows that mature neurons in the amygdala increase from childhood into adulthood. The distinctive characteristics of stress-induced changes in the amygdala, along with alterations of brain regions, have enduring effects on cognitive performance and the development of long-term anxiety. This could explain individual variation of the amygdalar volume and function of conservatism as regulatory response of perceived social threats. Treats. Social treats? I think that's a... They meant threats. In addition, there is evidence for a positive association between the amygdalar gray matter volume and social status in macaques, socioeconomic status of learning of social hierarchies in humans, as well as social network size in both macaques and humans. The evidence aligns with human data, showing that the amygdala is involved with the acceptance, learning, and maintenance of social hierarchies and social dominance, serving as another theoretical explanation for conservatism. Combining findings from neuroimaging, brain lesions, and non-invasive brain stimulation studies enable a direct observation of specific brain regions that are necessary for certain behavioral outcomes. Such studies may provide particularly long, convincing, methodologically rigorous insights regarding the relation between brain anatomy and political ideology or motivated reasoning. A recent study of Nam et al. Compared political orientations in patients with frontal lobe and amygdala lesions and healthy control subjects. Results showed an association between conservatism and damage in the dorsal lateral prefrontal cortex, but not the amygdala. While the role of the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex in modulating conservatism has been further documented in Chalk and Kanai using repetitive transit cranial magnetic stimulation, it is not possible to apply non-invasive stimulation methods to the amygdala as its structure lies deep in the brain. In all, the implication of the amygdala, specifically in predicting political orientations, seems consistent in finding across multiple studies. The current replication study is using fairly large politically diverse data set adds partial support to this hypothesis. Our results imply that a progressive voter on average has an amygdala volume 0.14 standard deviation units smaller than a conservative voter does. We compare here the difference between one standard deviation below social identity scale to one standard deviation above. This translates to 10 millimeters cubed in physical space, which is just a bit larger than a sesame seed. Of course, such a difference in the amygdala corresponds to thousands of neurons, possibly adding up. Hold on. Sorry. Where the hell was I? Possibly adding up to millions of neural synapses. We deem it possible that a small anatomical variation in the amygdala may link to substantial variance in functional orchestration and neural connectivity, accounting for some measurable differences of the level of the political conservatism across individuals. However, we must not forget that precise functions of the amygdala subnuclei and their role in fear learning remain elusive. Because the correlational nature of neuroimaging studies, it remains unsolved if the association between the amygdala volume and conservatism identified in Kanai et al. Study supports causal role of the amygdala in regulating conservatism. In the pursuit of understanding neural underpinnings of political ideology, we argue future research in political neuroscience needs to shift towards function connectivity of the amygdala and its subnuclei with other brain areas relevant for political conservatism. Damn, bro. What is happening in my chat? What do you guys think of this study? This is a wild study. This is wild. Oh, well. Outside of that, have you guys subscribed? Consider subscribing. I'm a very tiny YouTuber, so any amount, huge, big. I appreciate y'all very much. I don't know why my notification for subs has not been working. Because I have definitely been getting subs mid Rain says you're a wild amender. Thank you. We're getting more viewers. So I think let's continue playing the game and I don't know. We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. Call in. What are you doing? Don't you want to argue with the liberal? Shit. Where is he? Saw a guy over there. We're still playing Vivaldi. Taking calls 202-998-5218. Come on, show me your enlarged amygdala. Scuzzlebutt just subscribed. Hey, my notification thing is working. See, it works, I think. Appreciate it, Scuzzlebutt. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Couldn't thank you enough for that. Hell, even one sub is like, dude, huge, huge. Just looking around. Azakazit says not calling in, but get plenty of woke liberals turned passport bros at the moment in my country. Take them back? Are you saying like people are like leaving the United States to go to other countries? Yeah, 100%. I completely get it. You should pin the number of people so people can join. You should pin the number so people can join? What? Floda says, I've argued with liberals enough before in the past. I'm past the two parties, to be honest. Might call in, though. It would be entertaining. Sure. Floda says, true. I've seen some females beat up some blokes. True. Floda says, I'm an anti-woke liberal, but I'm also anti-Trump cucks. Viva la revolucion. I'm woke in the sense that I believe that we need to acknowledge the social implications of the past and try to account for that, right? When referring to people's like socioeconomic conditions. Not everybody gets a fair shake in life, and we should be cognizant of that. Cis men or trans women? Bobro says, men and women have a difference, but it's not that different, but when men win every time. We got to go to the poppy fields, guys. If I'm not mistaken, I think the poppy fields are really dangerous. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. Want to argue with a liberal? I'm right here. Right here. Florida says, yeah, I agree with that as well. You would be, if you're agreeing with that, you would be woke. Guess what? You're woke. You're woke. Time to join the woke train with me, homie. You got to join the woke train. We're woke. Look at what we got here. Look at this anomaly ass looking ass. Anomaly motherfucking heaven ass. Anomaly looking fucking place, bro. This is the most anomalous zone I've ever seen on planet Earth. We're going to find it, gentlemen. Oh, we found it. All right, we're good. We could leave. That was quick. I didn't think it would be that quick. Let's take a look at what we got here. Weak physical radiation. Play Liz Amender. Okay, fine. This is not going to get... No, it's not going to get me. It's Liz. Best of List. Is it playing? So quiet. I can't hear anything. There you go. You get Lizzed. I'll turn it down if it gets too loud. What's in there? Bubblegut says, if the differences are extreme, why should males and females get to compete against each other? A Kazit says, woke liberals in Asia getting scammed by ladies in the night is not a pretty sight, my man. Do me a favor and take them back. They're getting scammed by women? Okay. I mean, I feel like conservatives can get scammed too. Like, I think that's specific to woke liberals. Locked. There's nothing here. Bubblegut says, you guys live in alternate reality, LOL. No, I don't. You guys are the ones that had to ignore science. I mean, I sat there and I brought up criminal statistics. As well, the criminal statistics could be wrong. I'm like, okay, so then what should I follow? Use your intuition. Okay, dude. Yeah, we're the ones not in reality. I think I have to go to the poppy fields. Is that what this is? Is this poppy fields? We're on our way to the poppy fields, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just confirm that. I'm pretty sure we're on our way to the poppy fields. Oh. No, we're doing this, returning a side mission. Taking calls, 202-998-5218. You want to have a discussion? I'm right here. What's going on, man?
I figured out what happened. Musty's group got wiped out by a death.
Listen up, Stiff. You did what I asked. But sure. Need anything fixed? What? So long. See you around.
I think I gotta sell some stuff.
Need some help, so. Well, show me what.
Oh, look at that mask. Looks good. I want that mask. It's only going to pay me $3,600 for that? Oh my god, those are worthless. What is that? Okay, got 9K. But really don't have that much, do I? This gun is very good. It handles... What is this? 5.45 by 39? This is what I got there. Thankfully, it's relatively common. That's 800 just for that. Holy shit. Take that, I guess. I think I'll be good for now. I should repair my stuff, though. Make sure it's repaired. Good to go. For socialism, where did you get your data? It is fair to say that I am not a socialist. But I'm certainly okay with social safety nets. I think are really important. Let me see here. We've got ask Captain Zoltov about Soldier. Ask the Gaffer about Soldier. And then we got the side mission over here. I kind of want to do the Poppy Field mission. Let's go do it. Sounds like fun. It's a good song. I have my inventory for food. I got the sausage. I got the bread. I think I'll wait till I see that is at white hunger level. Taking calls 202-998-5218. Do you disagree with the liberal? I'm right here. What do we got here? We'll let those things fight it out for now. Shit. This is not good. Not good, not good, not good. Damn it. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. There's so many. I need to run. No. No, 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 no. Run, run. Ow. I'm dead. Died from an anomaly. Dang. Rain says, damn, Bubble Guts, you are fucking stupid. Damn. Still taking calls, 202-998-5218. Want to have a discussion? Let's have it. If you like what I do, if you think there needs to be more channels like mine, or if you, I don't know, maybe you just hate me and you would like to see more, consider subscribing. I'm a very tiny YouTuber, and any amount of subscribers is huge for me. Seriously. I mean, we're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. I think I'm sitting around 700 or so. It's been amazing so far. Been great. Been growing. I'm really, really happy about that. I can only hope that it continues to grow. Cossack vodka. Cossack vodka. Rookie PDF.
I'll be at 70 later. You think that's my breath? There's someone out here. I think he's gone. I'm almost at the end. Hush. Don't be afraid.
I think there should be less billionaires in the world. The amount of billionaires is way too much in the United States. Disparity of wealth has only increased and people's livelihood has decreased. It's not been good. I'm not against rich people. I just think that there's like a level of rich where it's like, all right, maybe not have that. I'm talking about like mega yacht rich, you know? Oh, I need my 300-foot mega yacht, and I need like 50 people to take care of me and my family of 5. Like, fuck off, dude. You suck. Honestly, like a lot of people, they don't like BlackRock because they think that they own everything. The reality is it's just a retirement management portfolio. Like that's all it is. Like it's not that BlackRock owns the shares. They just represent the people that own the shares, but it's the people that ultimately own those shares. So it's not really BlackRock owning everything. Though that's what a lot of people like to say, that it's BlackRock owning everything. In reality, no, that's not the case. Not so simple. Are we going to the poppy fields? I think we're going to the poppy fields. You can't hate billionaires and support BlackRock. BlackRock, again, just so you're aware, is just a retirement management portfolio. It's literally just regular Joe Schmoes that own portions of BlackRock, or specifically what BlackRock holds. Sorts of dogs. There you go. Stupid dog. Dude, I don't like dogs. We need to run. Run, just run. Fuck it. We're running. What about Peter Thiel and Palantir? Yeah, Peter Thiel sucks. Yeah, fuck Peter Thiel. Nah, dog. BlackRock is the cube of Saturn and run by Satan himself. This is what I mean, right? Like, it is ridiculous. Hang tight. I'll be right back. I'm going to wash my dish. But hopefully somebody calls in by the time I get back. So we'll hopefully have that. soon as I step away, I get a call. Really? Call me again. I'm here. None of you actually care about women's sports, and you should just accept that. True. True. The only people who care are people who want to be hateful towards trans people. Let's go. There are a handful of trans athletes nationally, and they aren't all excelling. True! Dude, Jake, what the fuck? Base department? Base Jake coming in with the base takes? True. Scuzzle says, if you aren't blaming the CIA for everything, then you're missing the point. Very unbased. Unbased. You missed. You flubbed it. You messed up. Let's talk to this guy. Let's put away my gun. Let's talk to him.
What are you doing in the poppy field? A stalker named ETI asked me to get a family heirloom of his. A religious item.
I've seen a root cellar there. But if you want information, otherwise you can look for it on your own. It's not going to be easy, mind you. I scoured the entire field up and down.
I can
think you can handle it. Well, good luck then.
If I did, do you think that it was because that they were trans? Bubblegut says, I care about women, not women's sports. No, you don't. You don't care about women because you would argue for removing abortions. You don't care about women. You actually hate women. In fact, you love the idea of controlling women. That really gets you happy to control women. All right. Let's see if we can make it through this poppy field, though. I'm pretty sure I need energy drinks. Oh boy. It's not good. It's an anomaly. Lucas Stafel says, man, what did I walk into? You walked into some based woke liberal right now. Want to argue with a woke liberal? I'm right here. Taking in calls. 202-988-5218. Scuzzlebutt says, the only good thing about abortions is to keep the 13% at 13%. Ah, good. I love the just open and blatant racism. Jake says, trans people make up less than 1% of the population, which is less than gingers. Like less than 1% of that group are bad actors, so you're scapegoating an entire group based off of a minute sample. Completely agree. Bubblegut says, wow, that's a lot to assume. Dude, they literally said that they want to keep the black population the same because they're worried, I don't know, about them getting replaced. Bro, gross racism. I'm going to call it like I sees it, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, it's just racism. All right, let me see if I can make my way through the poppy field. Do I avoid the... Oh, the poppy field is also here. Shit. Ooh, that's we don't want that. All right, I think I could just make our way up over here. Did I just fall asleep?
Not like this.
Fuck. Where am I? Come back, come back, come back, come back.
Leave the glasses, Nina. They'll just break anyway.
Somebody's going to steal it.
We'll put it in a rucksack.
I need to get... It's not what I need. What just happened? Oh yeah, I fell asleep again. Fuck am I?
Fine. I have a moment of peace.
We are taking calls. 202-998-5218. Dude, someone actually had called, and then like I stepped away. By the way, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a really tiny YouTuber, so any amount is huge for me. I appreciate it. Appreciate y'all very much. Thank you.
No running around. No goddamn you. It's so quiet here. So calm.
I can't swing. Am I too tired to swing? Drink? Drink energy? I can't swing at that. I don't know why I can't. Okay, I just died. All right. We should stop aborting minority babies. You don't care about minorities. If you want to like sit there and subjugate women, I promise you, you don't care about minorities. That's not a thing you genuinely care about. All right, I need to exit the poppy fields. This is not good. I'm not in a good spot. There's got to be a way in. Oh, I'm dead. How do I? Maybe if I drink 2 of them? I still can't swing. Why can't I swing? Oh, maybe I'm just hungry. All right, can I swing? And I'm dead. Okay. Well, that's not good. How dare you assume I would subjugate women? Well, you are by arguing against abortion. So can I eat? I still can't swing. I can't swing. I need to run. Let's just get to the edge. Oh, dude, I'm actually in trouble. Did I just like soft lock myself? Shit. Go, 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 go. Shit. Nope. Nope. Get away from that. Get away from that. Get away from that. All right. I'm okay. I'm okay. No, I'm dead. Damn it. Let's do a quick save. Wait, so you would force a woman to birth a baby if she didn't want it because it was black? Yeah, you could, like, choose whether or not somebody wants to have a baby. That's kind of the point of abortion. That's the point. That's why we do it. That's why you do it. Yep. Good for the people. Good for people. You couldn't tell the difference between a dolphin and a human fetus. That's true. Very difficult to tell the difference between those two. Also true with doggos. Oh, poor cute doggy. Let me through. 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 Oh my god, dude. How do I... Uh-oh. Am I dead? Oh, bro. This is a terrible anomalous zone. I wish I had control over it. Drink energy drink. Drink energy drink. And then drink, eat food. Take this. Drink energy drink. Oh boy, am I dead? I'm not dead. But I'm gonna die. If I don't figure out where the cellar is. Oh, I'm back here. Bubblegut says, a woman is an adult human female. I support them. I've explained this to Bubbleguts probably about 100 times. I don't know what else to tell them. I guess I could just, I don't know, keep that, their ACC shrunk because they physically can't change their position. They sound like they have a shrunken ACC is my point. Is there a way in here? Oh boy, that's not good. I don't want to be in there. Oh boy, am I dead? I think I just got transferred. Huh? Now he runs. I'm trying. Cellar. Found it. Yay, I did it. I found the religious icon. You did it. Eee. Return to the Orthodox icon to Mitiei. Lucas says, I just joined here. Welcome. Yeah, I'd rather return it to Mitiei than sell it. Bo, you're like 12 years old, LOL. I'm 36. I'm fucking woke as shit, dude. Woke as fuck. Lucas says, First Amendment becoming a woke Christian would be funny. I have met woke Christians. They're based. Projection bubble guts? What's McLovin up to? Says Pope Shiesty. We're taking calls. 202-998-5218. Do you want to call? Call in. Shit. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Run. We're not gonna deal with that. We're gonna go this direction instead. Yeah. This is so much better than flat earth bullshit. Yo, true. Jake M71 says, woke Christians are closer to what Jesus actually preached than any other Christians. Yo, true. Dude, Jake, why are you consistently based and true? Scuzzlebutt says, what's the number? Do you not... Do you not see this? Why spend that much time doing a graphic if people don't even read? What's the number? What do you mean, what's the number? It's 202-998-5218. Holy crap. Oh my God. This is actually painful. What's the number, they said. I can already tell this is going to be a really good discussion, I'm sure. What's the number? What do you mean, what's the number? It's right on the screen. Do you not read? Oh my God. Help. We're so cooked as a country, guys. We are so cooked. I genuinely believe that we are just empirically, we're just so fucked. Like, we just don't stand a chance. I mean, we're absolutely going to get cooked. I don't have call services where I live. You don't have a cell phone? Who doesn't have a cell phone? Jake M71, agnosticism is best for me. I myself, I'm an atheist. I'm a hardline atheist. I don't believe in any God. Ooh, Funka. You're on the line with First Amender.
How you doing today, man?
How you doing? Yeah, doing great. Having a great day. Just chilling.
Oh, good to hear. Same here. Same here. Everything's looking pretty good today. What's the topic on the table?
Well, I'm a woke liberal. I'm very, very woke, and I'm very liberal. And
Okay, nothing wrong with that.
well, there's a lot of Republican types that really, really don't like me on YouTube and Twitter and just about every social media platform out there. And so I just open dialogue for anybody who wants to have a discussion.
Okay. Well, I have to acknowledge that if pressed, I would say, at least for the last couple of elections, I identify more with the Republican side. What is it
I apologize.
specifically that you? Oh no, I'm quite content with it. I feel quite educated in my decision. as
I'm
a,
sure. I'm sure.
Yeah. I'm a
I
classic
could see. I
libertarian.
could feel that ACC shrinking right as we speak. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you could try having just a productive conversation, mate. You know, I mean, I wanted to ask you what you had mentioned earlier that apparently you're on social media. There are some topics that you push about that you get a lot of backlash. What might something be that specific topic?
Well, I have a hot takes list that I go to. I could post it in side chat if you want.
Well, what would, I don't know. You know, it's funny because as somebody who, as I stated earlier, I identify myself as a classic libertarian. There is, if you're going to vote for a Libertarian Party member, you're basically throwing your vote away, and the only place we really can kind of align is on the Republican side. Not that we necessarily, want to be there, but it just feels like in order to maintain our libertarian beliefs.
I used to be a libertarian, and nothing could be further from the modern Republican Party and libertarianism.
I absolutely disagree with that. Well, why would you suggest that?
Well, they're authoritarian, which is exactly the opposite of libertarian.
I don't, and it's, as a matter of fact, I see it quite the opposite.
Okay, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, why don't you? What's going on in DC right now?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't quite hear what you said.
What's going on in DC right now?
I have no problem with what's going on in DC right now.
Really, having extra police? You really don't think is that a pro-libertarian position to hold?
It's a tough one. I have to admit, it's a tough one to deal with.
It's not that it's a tough one. It's literally antithetical to libertarianism. I know this because I used to be a libertarian.
It absolutely is not.
100%. Yeah, having a strong police state is not libertarian, my dude. It is exactly the opposite of what libertarianism is.
Yeah, no, agreed. Having a strong police state, but see, you're kind of conflating.
And bringing in the National Guard to start harassing people is literally antithetical to libertarianism.
You cut me off as I was saying something. Why are you cutting me off?
Because I love cutting people off.
Oh, okay. Well, that's productive. So, I agree. Like what I was about to say is that in my youth, and even as an older person, I don't love the idea of authority. I don't love it. I do view it as necessary. Law enforcement is something that keeps society in check, and it keeps our civilizations in the Western world from being some of the most desirable, where people want to come to for a better life. And the unfortunate reality, I have to say, is that the lawlessness that has been allowed to happen, and it is of democratic policies, has gone so far into stepping on the toes of other people's rights to live in a safe and a comfortable society. And this is the unfortunate reality of how we probably have to reel that back. I'm sorry to say, because I'm with you, mate. I don't love it. I don't love seeing those pictures. They hurt my heart to see. But at the same time, I know that there's just a lot of lawlessness that needs to be cured.
So let me ask you this, right? As a libertarian, what would you say is what are some countries that have the best quality of living on planet Earth?
if you were to ask this question to somebody and they were to give you a list of all the Northern European countries that would have considered to be the best qualities of living, and then you looked back at them over the last decade or so when multiculturalism became such a big part of especially Western Europe, you'd find that a lot of those metrics with which we were looking are sharply declining. And it's an unfortunate reality that the kind of homogeny of their cultures is, it's actually the fact that they're opening up their borders more is actually creating a less desirable place to live.
Let me ask you again, because you're not answering the question. What are some of the best quality of living on planet Earth?
I'm sorry, I apologize.
What's a country? What's a country? What would be a country?
Well, as I just stated, they would primarily be the Northern European countries.
Gotcha. And so let me ask you this, right? Across the Nordic countries, do you find that there is more or less policing than in the United States?
Do I find that there's more? I would find that there's
like if I compared the United States policing and Nordic country. Hey, chill. Calm down.
I said Northern.
Chill.
Northern European is more than just Nordic.
Do you find that the Nordic countries that they have more or less policing than the United States? What would you say?
I would say that currently today they have more than they did 10 years ago.
No. I'm not asking whether or not that they have more or less police than they did 10 years ago. I'm asking, do they have more policing than in the United States?
Of course they have less due to smaller
Okay, they have less policing.
Yeah.
All right. So you were
really
saying,
believe
right,
that
earlier,
that
pause.
Yep.
Chill.
Go ahead. I'm pretty chill. Go for it.
So you said earlier that the only way that we can have societies that don't collapse is if we have these police systems. But when I'm observing these quote unquote police systems, I ask you, what are some of the best countries on planet Earth? You said that you're okay with the Northern European countries, which would be Nordic, which would be yes, correct, objectively, which would be Nordic countries. You'd be correct about that. However, they have less policing. So hold on, your metric that if there is less policing, then society, it would just have these giant problems. But when we observe Nordic countries, we find that not only do they live higher quality of living standards than the United States, they also have less policing. Why don't you help me out with that cognitive dissonance?
Yeah, well, first of all, when you said you were kind of very much paraphrasing what I had said, because that was not even remotely close to a verbatim quotation there. But what I also said that it's directly related to their homogeny. And as you look, as their borders have been opened up and obviously we know America is a very interesting experimentation of a country, and it's a beautiful thing.
Well, they have multiculturalism they did open up their borders, and the multiculturalism has actually not resulted in substantial negative outcomes. It is fair to say that there is a tiny blip that was increased in, say, rape and robberies. But when there were independent studies to try to find out or what is the cause of this, they found overwhelmingly when they had controlled for socioeconomic factors, that factor becomes effectively zero. So then the answer that the Nordic model has observed is that immigrants that are coming into their country, it's not that there's a problem with the immigrants in and of themselves, it's the fact that they don't actually have as good opportunities as their native-born population. And so what they do is that they create social safety nets for immigrants so that way they live better socioeconomic conditions. And the reality is that the foreigners coming in into these Nordic countries, the amount of violent crime and the amount of rape and the amount of these things that you find concerning is far less than that of the United States, even when accounting for immigrants. So your argument is already falling flat on its face in the sense of regarding socioeconomic conditions.
Well, it's absolutely not. I mean, you use terms like small blip, tiny blip. You're not
Correct.
actually saying anything tangible.
I am.
I could very easily go and repeat the same thing that you said, reverse every position that you took, and without having to quote a metric or a statistic, and just say, "Oh, well, this is a minor thing. This is a small."
Well, do you really? Would you be convinced if I provided you the statistics to show this to be the case? Would you be
I want to
convinced?
say one thing also because
it's not like that. This is my first rodeo. I've pulled up stats exactly of what I am talking about, and I am not incorrect about
why
this.
don't you have it committed to memory then?
What? Well, because it's just a conversation. Because it's just a conversation of back and forth. But I can pull up these studies and statistics, right? So again, like I understand that you wanted to kind of snake in. I understand that you wanted. All right, I have to mute you because you're talking over me. So. The problem that nobody can hear you, by the way, just FYI, you have to wait for me to finish if you want a discussion. I can bring up these relevant statistics, but unfortunately, like the problem with your argument is like, oh, okay, if we have an ethnically homogenous society, then it would be better. However, it is not the case that an ethnically homogenous society necessarily results in better, less violent conditions. Good examples of this would be Islamic countries where they are effectively ethnically homogenous, but because of the religiosity, they have very difficult times, and there's a lot of fighting there. So just because you're ethnically homogenous does not mean it is therefore more peaceful. But what I wanted to drive home is not talking about the racism thing. What I wanted to drive home is the idea that if we have more policing, then it would result in society collapsing less. But we find that the highest quality of living standard countries are Nordic model countries where they have less policing, and you even acknowledge that yourself. So I just need you to understand the cognitive dissonance there. What is your response to that? You're being unmuted now.
Of course, I don't know if you had mentioned something earlier about BlackRock. I believe maybe you did, and of course I do take issue with things like that. So yeah, you get what I'm saying, right?
Did you?
You were listening to everything I said.
Did you hear me? Because I had you muted.
Did I hear you?
Yeah.
Were you talking?
Yes, I was talking.
Oh, I heard a lot of crackling and buzzing, and it sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher. Remember that teacher that would be like, womp, 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 womp? That's kind of all I heard.
Gotcha. How big would you say the government is in Nordic countries?
I actually asked you about 5 questions. Why are you not answering any of the questions?
Because you were muted. I had you muted. I told you that you were muted, and you weren't listening.
Is that
so is this just going to be how this
conversation is? You ask questions.
Well, no. I'm not going to let you bulldoze. I'm not going to let. Yeah, it's my show. I'm not going to let you bulldoze the conversation into question after question.
It doesn't seem like it's much of your show. I was watching for about 15 minutes, and I called in because I felt like, who's this pathetic guy that nobody's calling into his show?
Gotcha.
And I kind of did it out of pity, to be honest with you.
All right. Well, it's good talking to you, buddy. What was your name?
My name is Nino.
All right, Nino. It's good to talk to you. I hope you can walk away from your liberty.
By the way, actually?
First Amendment.
I've got to say, I always
First Amendment. But I would say
sincere.
that I would say that you need to rethink your positioning, because given the fact that we can observe countries that have given the fact that we have countries that are the highest quality of living standards imaginable are in fact Nordic countries, and there are very large governments. We find that the idea that hey, if we just have a smaller government, a libertarian government where we don't tax people, it doesn't really bear into the reality that it makes life worse. And you've even acknowledged that they have less policing, yet they have more They have better societies. And so I'm going to leave it at that. I mean, to me, it's obvious that you're not really interested in having a discussion. So you just kind of want to bulldoze. And that's a classic tactic. And, sadly, so I'm going to hang it up on there. But I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
Good luck on the show. Seriously, good luck on the show. I wish you the best.
Good luck.
All right. Have a good day, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Jesus Christ. These people are so insufferable. Activate the tower on Iselin. Yeah, okay. Gotta go activate that tower. We are taking calls, by the way. 202-998-5218. If you want to have a productive discussion, we can. I mean, if your goal of a conversation is to bulldoze the argument, I got news for you, man. You do not have the power. I do. I'm absolutely going to be able to bulldoze you over whatever your attempt to bulldoze me. So it's a losing battle. Don't waste your time doing that. Do attempt to have a genuine discussion where you listen to me and I listen to you. Bicentro says, I kind of regret saying fuck you to Nino. I feel like an asshole. No, don't. They were kind of being a dick. Ooh, another phone call. Here we go. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, yeah, it's DJ again. Sorry.
What's up?
Yeah, that guy was just being a crazy dude. He was screaming. Yeah, I was wondering if, are you able to talk about the Israel-Palestine thing?
Israel-Palestine debate? Yeah.
I know you're on YouTube and they
No, I'm allowed to talk about it. I believe that it's a genocide, given the fact that they basically have geographic control over that region, and they prevent people from giving access to food, and they are deliberately putting in less food than what is necessary. That is a genuine concern.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I also think that Hamas is, pretty violent, and they definitely. Do you believe that they are a terrorist organization?
Yes.
Or, yeah, all right.
But I mean, my concern that I have with going after Hamas, or we're going to eliminate Hamas, is that it has some pretty fundamental flaws. The flaw being that there's actually no way to tell the difference between a Hamas member and just a regular Palestinian citizen. That to me is a genuine concern. And despite the fact they say, hey, we're going to stop Hamas, it's like, well, that's great and all, but who's Hamas? Who's just a regular Palestinian?
Yeah, they can't tell.
There's no way to tell. Twin Mind just subscribed. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it very much. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. I'm a very tiny YouTuber, so any amount of subscribers is huge for me. Thank you very much. Sorry, go ahead, continue.
Oh, yeah. I figured, that was something we could talk about and kind of put something on your channel. And
yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that... at first I was on the fence about. As time has gone on, I've come to the conclusion that that it is a genocide. I mean, it's pretty empirical at this point.
Right. Yeah.
And so I am under that belief. I'm sorry. Why are they not allowing the WHO and the United Nations provide food? That doesn't make any sense.
I think most people are on that side now.
Yeah.
In my opinion, and I'm, we talked earlier, I'm a MAGA and I'm on that side. Israel is way out of line.
How can you be MAGA? It's just, the amount of horrible things that I'm seeing the Trump administration do.
I'm a veteran, man.
A veteran?
Yeah,
I meet veterans that are Democrats. What do you mean?
Huh?
I meet veterans that are Democrats.
I mean, I've met a couple that are super old and just watch CNN, but yeah.
So
you go to the VA, they're all over.
Yeah. And just curious, who wants to defund the VA? What party would you say?
Huh?
Which party has tried to reduce VA funding?
Democrats.
Wrong.
Biden actually did. Yeah. Trump in 2016 or 2017 forgave my 30,000. Obama put on the veterans. Thing, but yeah.
Are you aware that Donald Trump administration that they basically reduced VA funding in certain areas and expanded privatized care through the VA Choice program, and that Trump himself had signed the VA Mission Act of 2018, which increased access to private care, but they basically saw that as an attempt at privatization and pushing away from funding for VA?
Well, yeah, that was great.
That's not a good thing.
Okay, they made it so that veterans didn't have to go strictly to the VA. They could go to a hospital anywhere.
Which reduces funding for VA access.
That's not true.
That is true.
No,
that is unironically that's exactly what happened. Same thing with Senator Rand Paul, right? He's a libertarian-leaning Republican who basically proposed privatizing parts of the VA system, which veterans groups had criticized as effectively defunding a government-run system. There's also been conservative think tanks, groups like the Heritage Foundation, which promote reducing VA involvement in healthcare, arguing for private sector alternatives.
I'm not a big fan of the Heritage Foundation.
Okay, but do you see how this is like overwhelmingly Republicans that are doing this, not Democrats?
Yeah, so like I say I'm a MAGA guy, but I'm probably more in the middle.
Okay, I'm just pointing out the idea that it's like, well,
yeah, but you're wrong about
they've been in favor.
Things there.
What? Democrats have consistently opposed privatization efforts diverting VA funds because they know that it diverts VA funds, necessary funds, and instead goes to private healthcare providers, which don't actually have the controls in measure, which effectively causes those problems to begin with. It defunds the VA in general, which reduces access. So this is the same thing that Democrats have consistently pushed in recent decades for funding increases, not decreases. Right. And then the same thing. There have been multiple, like you have to understand.
Disability benefits increased under Trump.
Did they?
Yeah. $200 a month.
Let's take a look. We're going to find out about that.
Here, I'll actually send you a picture of my fucking bank account.
Wrong. This is also wrong. The Trump administration's fiscal year of 2026 includes budget proposals to reduce funding of disability-related programs. So this includes the Excellence for Developmental Disabilities Education Research and Service, or it's called the UCEDDs. Yes, there is the Trump administration's fiscal year 20. Yes, they've already proposed. They've already included proposals to reduce funding for disability-related programs. There have also been SSI. There are also SSI benefit reductions. The administration has proposed reduction in SSI benefits for children with disabilities, particularly multiple family members receiving SSI. That leads to significant decreases in benefits of affected households. So there's also an effort to downsize the federal workforce, including the Social Security Administration, when implemented, which leads to longer processing times for disability claims and reduced accessibility for beneficiaries. So I just want to be clear, right, that Donald Trump, right, if you feel that it has increased recently, I got news for you. You've got a brick wall coming your way.
It didn't increase recently. It increased in his first term.
Well, I'm just letting you know, Donald Trump has historically went against it. Do you know how I knew that this was going to be the case? I knew this because that Donald Trump has been in bed with far right-wing libertarian think tanks who have tried to push the anti-government legislation. And because veterans assistance is in fact government legislation, they would fundamentally be against it. Donald Trump is aligned with this, and most veterans are completely clueless.
Do you think that do you think the VA has been doing well?
No.
In the last,
I think it needs funding increases.
Oh, okay. Huh?
No, I think it needs funding increases.
Funding increase?
Yeah, it needs funding. Yes.
You know
it needs
how
to be
much
funded.
fucking money they get? Okay, have you
Yeah,
ever
if
been
people
to a
aren't getting
VA
the proper
hospital?
care,
Do you know how
if people aren't getting the proper care that they need, then yeah, it needs to be addressed.
Okay. Have you ever been to a VA hospital?
Are you saying that we should decrease funding? Yes, I have been to a VA hospital. Are
Good.
you saying that we should?
Then
Are you saying that we
you
should decrease
have
funding for the
seen-
VA? Should we decrease funding for the VA?
Absolutely. With how many people? Not
Were you
only-
just arguing that Republicans are in favor of the veterans, and you're literally saying to decrease funding for the VA?
Yes.
I think you need to
Do you
rethink
know
what's
how
going
much
on here,
money
man.
goes to the VA?
Yeah, money goes to the VA, and you know what's really great about that? There's a lot of
Do you know
veterans
what
that
it's
do get
for?
access to the health care that they need in order to move forward. We should take care of our veterans. I don't feel that veterans should be
Probably
paying
look
for
up where that money goes.
medical charges. Yeah,
You should probably
dude.
look
If
up
you're
where that
asking
money
about
goes.
things like a single payer healthcare system that holds
What?
these companies
No,
accountable, I couldn't agree with you more, right? But that's a very Democrat leaning position to hold.
I'm talking about the DEI things.
What? Are
They
you aware
have
that
an
DEI
entire-
also includes A? Are you aware that when you say DEI, DEI includes DEIA requirements. That's the part that people like to not include in their diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility requirements. There are people that are disabled that need to be a part of DEIA requirements because those are the people that need healthcare the most.
They have an entire no. You obviously have not any of this up.
I have.
They have an entire section of the VA set for DEI. They
Yes.
had like 3,000
DEIA. DEIA. Do you understand why that's important?
Okay, tell me what you think that is.
DEIA is diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. It's for people that are disabled. That's what
not the
DEIA.
truth,
Yes,
because
that is
I
the
would have been
truth.
included in that. I am disabled. You're fucking wrong. You're so wrong about it.
I'm not. Well, hold on. You literally said that you were receiving money. Were you not?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you're
disabled. I
included.
was not included.
So you're included.
In that. No, I was not included in that program. Not at all.
But you're included in VA
No.
assistance, are you not?
Yes.
Great. And Donald Trump wants to not do
VA
that and
benefits.
privatize it and defund the VA.
What are you talking about?
I literally read it out to you. These are already passed. These are already passed laws. You can look this up yourself. I'm not making it up when I'm sitting here telling you these things. It's not make-believe.
So they passed, and
Yes,
I'm
the Big
still
Beautiful
getting
Bill
all
Act.
of
Yes,
my
correct.
benefits. Oh no,
Yeah, but then guess what's going to happen, my dude?
nothing. Oh no.
You're wrong about that, by the way. By the way, I hope for your sake that I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
I've
I
been
really,
hearing
really
that
hope
from
for your
people like
sake
you
that I am
for
dead wrong.
years.
But I've not been proven wrong about this in the past, and I promise you I'm probably not wrong about this in the future.
You have been proven wrong in the past.
Well,
because it still
yeah,
hasn't
well,
happened.
according to the Heritage Foundation, they're very much in favor of reducing funding for the VA. So I hope you enjoy your
Guess what?
checks
The
while it
Heritage
lasts.
Foundation isn't part of the government.
What? They're literally oh my God. They bring in politicians that argue their positions. What are you talking about? You're right. They're not in government, but
And
they
then
bring
it
in
has to go
politicians that
through
argue their
What's
position.
that thing called that it has to go through? Congress?
What? Yeah, unless, of course, if you have an executive order, like with Donald Trump, where he's literally avoiding congressional approval. So I don't know what to tell you.
What has he done that has broken congressional approval?
What? He's the Big Beautiful Bill Act, for example. Did you
Really?
even see? Yeah. Did you even
That
see
passed.
how that
passed.
man? Yeah. Did you
That
see how that?
passed.
Do you understand what it took to get that to pass? There was
Yeah.
literally filibuster for days and a lack of quorum, and they literally pushed shit ahead, even though that people
No,
weren't even there to
took
vote
fucking-
for it.
It took Hakeem Jeffries fucking screaming and bitching for 8 hours. trying
Yeah,
to
yeah, it was
not-
more than just that, don't you think? Like, I love this, dude. Like, it literally empirically reduces VA benefits, and you're like, yeah, it passed. It's a good thing. You're literally staring at a brick wall and saying, that's not a brick wall. That's actually individual bricks together with mortar. Like, dude,
No,
I don't know
I'm
what else to
staring-
tell you, dude. You're just in La La Land.
Well, all right.
I hope for my sake, though, that I'm wrong. I hope for your sake that I'm wrong.
Me too. Yeah, I hope.
I really hope
for
so.
my sake that you're wrong too, because I'm a veteran and I know so fucking many veterans that have benefited.
Oh, well, maybe
from
next time
Trump.
vote Democrats that actually increase VA benefits, not reduce it.
But the only one who reduced it was
Trump.
Obama.
No, wrong. I literally read to you what's happening. It's not Obama never did that, but that did happen under Trump. You're
No,
just pretending
no,
like
no.
that did not happen.
You're-
I gave you the empirical metrics behind it. You're just wrong. You need to accept that you are
said
wrong
an
here.
empirical metric that was going to be in 2026.
Yes. Do you understand how laws work?
Yeah.
They usually impact things that are going to happen in the future.
How has the economists worked? Did they go
What?
good on the inflation? Were they good
Yeah,
on the
inflation isn't looking
Did they-
good right now. What are you talking about? Have you been to a grocery store
Yeah, it
lately?
is.
It's not looking good. No, it's not. Inflation
Crude oil
numbers
is
are not
down.
looking good.
Groceries are down.
No, they're not. Where did you
Gas
get
is
that?
down. What the fuck
Gas
are
is
you
not
talking
down
about?
either.
What?
Correct.
Crude oil is down to $73 fucking a barrel, I
What?
think.
That's up.
The last time I looked
Usually
at.
crude oil is at 60, and that's high.
You're an idiot, dude. It was at 90.
Crude oil prices. Crude oil prices.
60. It's at 62. Ha! Oh, no. And look at that graph. Oh,
Okay.
Damn.
And then what?
Look at how far that graph.
Yeah, and then
down.
what?
And then what?
And by the
How
way,
far
just so
it's
you're
still
aware,
down?
Donald Trump did create those tariffs, which everybody told them that would just increase inflation. And then subsequently,
And
after
it
they
didn't
saw
work.
a stock,
There's no inflation.
Shut up. After they saw a stock market nosedive, then after
NASDAQ
that,
is up.
Donald Trump decided to put in a
Stock
90-day
market's
pause. Donald Trump decided to put in a 90-day pause. The stock market then resurged, and now only recently inflation is coming back, and you really believe that stock market's going to remain up. Like, come on.
Oh, no, it's going to fucking drastically...
Also, what about the lady
crude
that
oil
literally
is
got
going
fired for
down.
giving bad jobs
We're all-
numbers?
yeah.
What about the lady
yeah.
that got fired for the bad jobs numbers? Are we just going to pretend that wasn't a thing?
You mean the one in Biden's administration who was wrong.
No, it's just an
like,
economist.
by 1.5 million employment jobs.
It was literally just an economist.
Oh,
Mm.
okay. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What? Which
Yeah,
one
it
was
turns
that?
out that anything that Donald Trump says must be correct, but everybody else around him must be wrong. Right,
No,
I'm sure that's true.
I actually since I'm disabled.
I think you need to look at these things. You know what?
I
It is
have
actually.
plans to
Did you know?
look at,
Did you know that there was an individual report on Bloomberg?
watching the
Did you know that there was an?
hours of
Did you know that there was an individual report by Bloomberg that looked at occupation based on occupation and what they are likely to vote for, and it found one of the, I think like the second most pro-Trump people who are pro-Trump, their occupation was, do you know what it was? It was the second highest.
blue-collar workers.
Yeah, no, you want to know what it was? People on disability.
Blue-collar workers.
People on disability. People who couldn't work. So it's, what I find very interesting about that is the fact that it is not Democrat. It's actually Democrats that try to push for legislation to ensure that people on disability don't go
You're
homeless.
just lying
But it is
again.
in fact Republicans that do. No, I'm not lying.
people
I
that
could
make
I could
under
provide you these
100,000.
metrics. I could give you these metrics here. I'll go ahead and pull it up right now. Here.
Yeah,
Hold
please
on.
do. Yeah. Oh man.
Hold on.
Huh?
Give me a moment.
You can find the one you want.
Yeah, just give me a moment.
And
Where the fuck is it? It's on Bloomberg. Give me a moment.
yeah, you gotta look through a bunch of stuff that says that I'm right. I know.
Well, no, I just want to make sure that I grab the original source. That's all.
Yeah, I get it.
Because I found the chart, but it's on Reddit, and I'm like, yeah, but I remember that it existed originally on Bloomberg. Regardless, I don't actually, honestly, I don't even think it matters. It's the same exact chart, but I'll go ahead and I'll provide it for you. Give me a moment while I pull up my Chrome.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this as to like whether or not, anyway. So who's donating to whom? The 100 occupations with the most workers who donated to each campaign. We find that overwhelmingly, you could see here, the second highest is people who are disabled or on disability, which is that circle that you can see right there at the bottom. See? Topmost is homemakers, but you could see among Republicans it was truckers, welders, stay-at-home moms, HVAC professions, ranchers, mechanics, plumbers, truckers, machinists, farmers, superintendents, maintenance employees, builders, electricians, contractors, painters, police officers, construction workers, carpenters, laborers, drivers, pilots, presidents in general, technicians, as well as business owners and manufacturing employees. So you could see that these are, pastors, firefighters, brokers, custodians, security offices, and employees. But you can see right here, the ones that overwhelmingly wanted to vote in Biden was professors, lawyers, teachers, librarians, educators, therapists, psychologists, marketing professionals, scientists, social workers, product managers, editors, nonprofit employees. You can see like overwhelmingly that it appears to be people who appear to be in higher educational standards in comparison to those who are disabled or on disability. What a shame.
So what is say with that.
Well, you said that I was lying about that, but then when I presented you the statistics, you don't seem to. All of a sudden, now that lie is no longer a thing, is it? I was telling the truth, wasn't I?
No, I didn't say you were lying about that.
I just find it funny how much people vote against their own self-interest. That's what I find so interesting.
I said they were blue-collar workers.
Yeah, you did. And I said the top thing was people who are disabled, which is true. Most disabled people vote Republican, despite the fact that destroys their own self-interest.
Oh.
It's against their self-interest to do that. Right? Because ultimately, because the Heritage Foundation is more than happy to reduce funding for social safety nets. They love that.
So, it's the blue collar workers that are getting like beat to shit, and they just need the welfare, right?
Well, actually speaking, I mean, if you're talking about like specifically blue collar workers, it is overwhelming that right-wing states often need more federal assistance than others because of Republican dog shit policies that ultimately make things worse for poor people. And because they make lives more destitute, people need more federal benefits as opposed to like left-wing states where they don't need to do that.
Red states, blue counties. You're looking at Houston, you're looking at
No, I'm saying that the Bible Belt overwhelmingly needs more federal benefits than blue states. Overwhelmingly.
It's overwhelmingly blue counties.
Wrong.
Really?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. And by the way, just so you're aware, blue counties is literally just where people are.
How's Chicago?
Blue counties is just literally where people are. And also Chicago is not in the Bible Belt. Also, Chicago puts more into the system than they take out, which is not what the Bible Belt does. It actually regards that the left-wing states are often the ones that are subsidizing the Republican states, which is really a shame for Republicans, right? Considering that they want to defund these federal benefits and programs, which ultimately fuck over their own voting base.
Yeah, I have never, the only states that I have seen screw people over are blue states.
No, wrong. Other way around.
Well, hold on. I live in Massachusetts. And this state overwhelmingly.
Massachusetts lives a very high quality of living standard compared to the Bible Belt. I don't think that's a good metric you want to operate on. On virtually every metric.
Yeah, no, I agree. Massachusetts is one of the safest and like most
highest education.
Yeah.
Quality of living outcome is better.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's where I live now. I lived in Florida, I lived in California and North Carolina. And shortly in Oregon, but thankfully shortly. But it's, I have never, more people are saved by guns than killed. More people commit suicide with weapons.
I don't know why you're shifting your goalpost.
Well, aren't we talking about violence?
No.
All right, then what?
I was talking about funding. The amount of money, the states that are most reliant on federal aid are actually red states. They take more out than they put in.
Well, that also has to do with the amount of violence.
So,
and
have you ever heard of there's a thing called like the return on tax dollars, where there are basically how it works is like there's an X amount of money that they put into federal funding than what they get out of it. And so basically if you have anything under, say, a 1, then that would mean that you're putting more into it than you are getting out of it. So the states that have the lowest return on their tax dollars is Delaware, New Jersey, Washington, Massachusetts, Nebraska, Ohio, New York, Missouri, Minnesota, California. You could see that overwhelmingly what I have just said to you is all blue states. However, the ones that are the most dependent are New Mexico, West Virginia, Alaska, Mississippi, Alabama, Kentucky, Arizona, Montana, Maine, Hawaii, Louisiana, Maryland, Virginia, South Carolina, Idaho, North Dakota. Outside of, I don't know, like 3 of those are all red states.
Well,
so I'm a little concerned, like the amount of money that is received in federal benefits, that effectively blue states are the ones subsidizing red states.
I mean, do you think that mutations and things like that are good, or
Do I think that it's good? No, I think Republicans have dog shit policies, and they need to fix their policies so they stop needing the government teat. Right? And I also believe that you can make a better quality of living outcome. You can make better quality of living outcomes provided you have strong social safety nets where people can get the care that they need, so that way they can actually pull themselves up by their bootstraps and live the American dream, as opposed to just kind of being on disability.
Well, I mean, so are you talking about disability right now, or, I mean, I'm sorry, I kind of shifted it to immigration.
I was referring to the issue of federal benefits and how red states empirically cause worse off outcomes for a lot of people. They do. That's the case.
Yeah, I just haven't seen that, and
I provided the statistics. I don't know what else to tell you at this point.
Yeah, my couple of my brothers who live in Florida, like
I'm in Florida, bro.
He's like, you're in Florida?
Yep.
Oh yeah. How is it down there?
It's shit. It's very anti-LGBT. There's a shit ton of Trump supporters, and they're all morons.
Oh no, I meant like heat-wise.
It's very hot. Awful.
Yeah. There's a fucking hurricane coming, isn't there?
Yeah, but it could go north. I'm not really concerned about
hopefully it does. Yeah, hopefully it.
I'm not really worried about it. I've been through so many hurricanes that I don't even bat an eye anymore.
Right, yeah. In Florida, you guys get them all the time. Yeah, deportations, like, I think I do agree with illegal immigrants being deported. And if there are, like, ones that didn't commit a crime other than crossing the border illegally, I do still think that they are being I do still think they should be deported. Do you agree with that?
No, not at all.
Yeah. All right.
I sure do. I've seen stranger things.
You want to talk about that, or?
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is that, is that I feel that, Well, let me ask you this. Would you say that the reason why is because you want to follow the law? Is that the reason? It's important to follow the law,
Yeah.
do the right thing?
Yeah, mostly.
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah, so let me ask you this. Do you think that felons should be president of the United States? Since you're a law and order kind of guy, you know, I get your perspective. I think it's important to follow the law. Should felons be presidents?
Do you know the difference between an administrative?
Why are you having a hard time answering that question? Wow. Don't answer my question with another question. Why don't you just answer the question? Do you believe that presidents should be felons? Should a felon be a president? Is that okay to you?
No.
Why? You think Trump shouldn't be president?
Because somebody who makes a violent offense against another should not be
so Trump shouldn't be
president because he didn't make a violent offense against another.
No, I said felon. We didn't say anything regarding violence. We're talking about if somebody is a felon.
You described it a different way than I am, and
So you said that felon shouldn't be president. Donald Trump is a felon, so should he be president?
Do you believe in lawfare?
Lawfare? Are you saying like that the justice system? No, he was brought in with a jury of his peers. It was entirely a completely legitimate trial.
Do you believe in trial tax?
What? No, they selected jury of his peers that didn't have a basis. It was entirely well within the law. He did commit fraud. We know he did commit tax fraud. That's for sure, which is a felony in the state of New York.
No.
34 counts of fraud.
It wasn't even tax fraud.
What?
It wasn't even tax fraud.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Oh, no. Hold on. Let me,
Yeah.
I might be wrong about that. Hold on.
Well, I'll tell you what. I actually have to get going because I've been, streaming about 6 hours now. And I've been having a good time. This is good that we've had this conversation. I hope if you're not subscribed, that you are subscribed. Are you?
I am. I did subscribe.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I do actually have to get going, so I'll let you have the last word, and then that'll be that. Anybody who hasn't subscribed, consider subscribing. I really appreciate y'all very much. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so it was falsifying a business record. It wasn't tax fraud.
Yeah, the falsifying of business records to avoid taxes. So tax fraud. Anyway,
Yeah.
I think
same thing, but
anyways, it's good talking to you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
yeah. I'll try and talk to you again, hopefully.
Sounds good. We'll do.
Accept my call.
Yeah, of course. Well, I accept any call. Just about.
All right, I appreciate it. You are very smart and yeah.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you have actually kind of made me think a little bit about a few things, so I appreciate it.
that. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I always try to get to people to try to, rethink things. Anyway, have a good night.
You too.
All right, everybody. Thank you all very much. I am going to head out for today, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. I had a good time. If you have not subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm a very tiny YouTuber, so any amount counts. It's huge. So thank you. I'm going to have myself, I'm going to enjoy the rest of my night in Saturday. And let's see here. Fed Zeppelin says, good job having the conversation. Completely disagree with you, but having the conversation is more important. I completely agree. Thank you. Thank you all very much. Have a great, wonderful rest of your evening.